Beneath the crimson glow of an ever-bleeding sky, the city of Yharnam lies restless. It breathes in gasps and sighs, its veins filled with sacred blood and ancient memory. The hunt has already begun. In its streets, the echoes of countless footsteps form a rhythm older than the city itself. The rhythm of pursuit and transformation. The hunter wakes upon an old wooden chair, eyes opening to the voice of a frail man with a weary smile. Gehrman, the first hunter, speaks as one who has watched centuries pass, his tone both mentor and mourner. Tonight, Gehrman joins the hunt, he says, though the words mean more than they first appear. For every night is the hunt, and every hunt is a dream that refuses to end. The hunter's dream, that strange garden adrift in twilight, is both sanctuary and prison. It offers respite from the waking city, a place where blood can be transmuted into strength, and death becomes but another form of awakening. Yet, behind its tranquility lies a deeper truth. The dream is a cage woven by something vast and unseen. Its flowers never wilt, its stars never move, and its inhabitants, the doll and her watchful master, exist as echoes of forgotten lives. The doll's voice, calm and almost tender, welcomes the hunter as if to a child returning home. Welcome home, good hunter. The words feel timeless, comforting, but also haunting. For in this dream, home is not a place of safety, it is a place of eternal return. To understand the endings of Bloodborne, one must first understand the meaning of the hunt itself. It is not merely the extermination of beasts, it is a spiritual crucible, a ritual cycle that repeats across planes of consciousness. The blood that fills Yharnam's chalices is not medicine, but memory, the lifeblood of a civilization that once gazed too deeply into the cosmic abyss. In that gaze, they saw the Great Ones, beings of impossible compassion and incomprehensible purpose. They sought communion with them, yearning for transcendence, for knowledge that could erase the fragility of human suffering. And the Great Ones, ever yearning for surrogate children, answered. Thus, the blood became sacred, its use both salvation and curse. Those who drank it were healed, but also changed. The boundary between man and beast, between dream and waking, began to erode. The hunt is therefore a dream within the body, a spiritual fever that spreads through the blood and mind alike. Each hunter who steps into Yharnam's streets believes they are purging monsters. In truth, they are purging themselves, fragments of humanity twisted by the old blood's touch. The beasts of Yharnam are not other things. They are human forms reshaped by cosmic proximity. The hunt is the city's own reflection, turned inward and weaponized. The streets echo with cries that are at once human and animal, the same voice distorted by terror and revelation. The hunter joins this cycle unknowingly, believing in redemption through slaughter, never realizing that the blood they spill is the same that flows within them. Gehrman understands this cycle more deeply than any living man. He too was once chosen, the first to step into the dream, the first to be trapped within its mercy. His every gesture carries the fatigue of countless awakenings. His every word, the resignation of one who has prayed for release that never comes. To the hunter, he offers guidance. Kill the beasts. Seek the source. End the nightmare. But even as he instructs, his eyes betray longing. He does not want to save Yharnam. He wants to sleep without dreaming. His wish is the true end of every hunter's path. Not victory, but release. The city above reflects the dream below. The spires of Yharnam reach upward like fingers grasping at the heavens, each one built upon the graves of those who sought communion. The healing church stands at the heart of this ambition, its clergy convinced that through the blood of the Great Ones, humanity could ascend. Yet their rites are half-remembered echoes of the Thumerians who came before, and their devotion is laced with fear. The choir peers at the cosmos through cathedral glass. The school of Mensis opens their minds to nightmares, and the vile bloods, isolated in their marble halls, worship the old power in defiance. All paths lead downward, to the great ones, to the sea of consciousness from which the dream itself was drawn. The dream, then, is not merely Gehrman's prison. It is the interface between the human and the divine, a bridge formed from memory and desire. Within it, time folds and breathes. Every slain beast reappears in another form. Every death feeds another awakening. The hunter grows stronger with each cycle, consuming the echoes of fallen foes. Yet what they gain is not strength alone. It is understanding. With every insight earned, the world's veil thins. The sky brightens into impossible hues. The moon swells and reddens, and unseen creatures reveal themselves perched upon rooftops where none had been before. Reality does not change. Perception does. The more the hunter learns, the more their eyes open, until, at last, the difference between dream and nightmare collapses. The first ending of Bloodborne, the so-called Yharnam sunrise, seems on its surface the gentlest. When the hunter obeys Gehrman's offer to submit and awaken from the dream, they rise into a world that appears calm once more. The hunt is over, the night has passed, and the morning light falls upon the quiet streets of Yharnam. But this awakening is illusory. The sky may have cleared, but the curse remains. The old blood still flows beneath the cobblestones, and the city still hums with hidden hunger. The hunter's surrender has not broken the cycle. It has only deferred it. Gehrman's mercy is not release, but continuation, the resetting of an endless dream. To awaken into Yharnam is to remain within its circle, to live the same day in ignorance of the cosmic truth. And yet, there is kindness in that ignorance. The Yharnam sunrise is a false awakening, but perhaps a merciful one. The mind cannot sustain eternal awareness of the abyss. In surrendering, the hunter returns to a semblance of humanity, to a world of sunlight and sound. Perhaps they live out their days as an ordinary person, never recalling the night of beasts. Or perhaps they never truly awaken, their soul still tethered to the dream's soil, the morning forever caught between waking and sleep. This ending, gentle as it seems, speaks to the most human desire of all: to forget, to rest, to close one's eyes and let the nightmare fade. In a world where knowledge breeds madness, forgetfulness becomes its own salvation. But as we linger on this false dawn, one question lingers like mist over the sea of flowers. If the hunter's awakening is an illusion, then who truly dreams? Is the dream within Yharnam, or is Yharnam itself the dream? The doll bows silently as the hunter vanishes, and somewhere beyond the veil, a presence stirs beneath the blood-red moon, vast, patient, waiting for the next child to open their eyes. And so, as the first light touches Yharnam's spires, the hunt has only shifted form. Beneath the morning air, something whispers. The moon is watching still. In the stillness of the hunter's dream, the air carries the fragrance of damp earth and old wood oil. The workshop glows dimly beneath the pale gaze of the moon, and outside, the wind drifts gently through fields of white flowers. It is here, amidst the serenity of this otherworldly garden, that Gehrman awaits. To many hunters, he appears as a mentor, frail, patient, and burdened by memory. Yet behind his trembling smile lies a terrible truth. Gehrman is both the first and the last, the one who began the hunt and the one who cannot escape it. His presence in the dream is not a choice. It is a punishment, or perhaps a mercy. Long before the dream took form, Gehrman lived as a man of Yharnam, skilled in craftsmanship and combat alike. The legends call him the first hunter, founder of the workshop, and the one who established the art of hunting beasts. He and his companions once roamed the city's burning streets, blades and cleavers in hand, striking down the infected in an effort to contain the spreading scourge. They believed themselves righteous, protectors of humanity against the horrors that the healing church had unleashed. But righteousness in Yharnam is always tainted by blood. The more they killed, the more the blood called to them. The more they saved, the more they damned. When the night grew too long and the moon turned to blood, Gehrman discovered that the true enemy was not the beasts he slew, but the will that guided them. Wichalsel, older than Yharnam itself. Somewhere in the depths beneath the city, the Great Ones stirred. One among them, a being of moonlight and thought, reached out to him. The scholars at Bergenworth had sought communion, but Gehrman, in his grief and exhaustion, found something else: surrender. In his moment of despair, he asked for release from the endless hunt. The Great One answered. The hunter's dream was born, a place of refuge that became a prison, and Gehrman, the man who sought freedom, became its warden. To understand Gehrman's mercy is to understand the paradox of compassion within the hunt. Each time a hunter falls in battle, they awaken in the dream, restored and renewed. Death is not an ending but a passage. The dole welcomes them softly, Gehrman advises them, and they return to the streets to continue their sacred duty. Yet this cycle, this gentle resurrection, is the very thing that sustains the nightmare. Every rebirth strengthens the dream's hold. Every victory binds the hunter deeper into the pattern of eternal recurrence. Gehrman's mercy, then, is a double-edged kindness, to spare the hunter the final truth by giving them endless purpose. When at last the hunter faces Gehrman beneath the blooming moon, the encounter carries the weight of generations. The elder hunter sits quietly in his chair, sickle across his knees, voice weary but tender. "Good hunter," he murmurs. "You've done well. The night is near its end. Now, will you submit your life to me and awaken from this dream?" In that moment, the tone is not of a master demanding obedience, but of a father offering release to a suffering child. It is the closest thing to love that this world allows. If the hunter accepts, Gehrman rises, not in anger, but in sorrow, and performs the act of mercy. His blade moves through air, heavy with forgiveness. The screen fades to dawn. But the mercy that Gehrman offers is not simple death. It is transformation through forgetfulness. In ending the hunter's life within the dream, he severs their tether to the nightmare, allowing their soul to return to the waking world. The hunter awakens upon the cobblestones of Yharnam, bathed in morning light, free of memory. Yet that light is hollow, for ignorance is the price of peace. The true self, the one who glimpsed the cosmos and touched eternity, remains behind in the dream, dissolved into the soil or scattered among the stars. Gehrman does not free the hunter, he resets them, preserving the cycle that binds both of them forever. The mercy he grants is the same that he yearns for himself. Bound by the will of the moon presence, Gehrman cannot leave the dream. He serves as its caretaker, its teacher, and its executioner. Each time a new hunter is drawn into the dream, he repeats the same words, gives the same advice, and ultimately offers the same release. The cycle has repeated so long that even his sorrow has become ritual. His gestures, his sighs, the tilt of his head. All are echoes of 1,000 farewells. Beneath his calm demeanor lies the exhaustion of an eternity spent at the edge of waking. He is the embodiment of compassion turned to despair. And yet, Gehrman is not without agency. When the final night arrives and the hunter refuses his mercy, he fights. In that battle beneath the moon, the flowers bend beneath unseen wind, and the dream itself seems to breathe. Gehrman's combat is not born of malice, but of devotion. His every swing is an act of mourning. He tests the hunter's resolve, not as an adversary, but as a father testing a child's will. You will be freed, his movements seem to say, one way or another. The sound of his scythe through the petals is like the whisper of time itself. Each strike is both an end and a blessing. To defeat Gehrman is not triumph, it is succession. When he falls, he whispers words the player barely hears. Fragments of gratitude, fragments of longing. For in that defeat, his wish is finally granted. Death is his freedom, though even that release comes with a shadow. From the sky descends the moon presence, drawn to the vacuum his absence leaves behind. The dream has lost its caretaker, and it must claim another. The hunter, kneeling in the moonlight, becomes the next custodian, bound by invisible tendrils to the same fate. The mercy once given becomes the chain now worn. This exchange, Gehrman's release for the hunter's captivity, mirrors the oldest law of Bloodborne's cosmos. No freedom without inheritance. Every liberation births a new bondage. Every death gives rise to another dreamer. The great ones do not destroy, they recycle. The cycles of life and consciousness, of dream and waking, are the architecture of the universe itself. And Gehrman, though a man of flesh and bone, has become part of that architecture. His mercy is not a mistake. It is the mechanism by which the cosmos maintains balance. The tragedy of Gehrman's existence lies in his compassion. It is his human tenderness that traps him. Had he been cruel, he might have broken free. But his heart remains open, and so he repeats the ritual endlessly, believing each time that he spares someone pain. The doll, his creation and companion, tends to him with wordless devotion. Her gestures mirror those of a mourner tending to the dead. She comforts both the hunter and Gehrman alike, yet even she is a construct of his loneliness, a manifestation of grief given form. Her affection is real, but it exists within the bounds of the dream's logic. She cannot end it. She can only ease its endlessness. To see Gehrman for what he is, a soul trapped by empathy, is to understand one of Bloodborne's central themes. Mercy and cruelty are two sides of the same coin. The great ones act from sympathy, and their sympathy destroys. Gehrman acts from pity, and his pity binds others to the nightmare. The healing church acts from faith, and its faith breeds monstrosity. Every good intention in Yharnam carries within it the seed of ruin. And yet, without that seed, there would be no beauty, no purpose, no motion at all. The hunt, the dream, the mercy, they are all the heartbeat of an eternal organism seeking to know itself. When the fight ends and the moon descends, the flowers rise again. The doll kneels beside the fallen Gehrman, her porcelain face lit by the faint shimmer of tears that can never fall. "Farewell, good hunter," she whispers, as if speaking to both the living and the dead. Around her, the dream remains unchanged. The moon is still watching. The field still breathes. The cycle still turns. Only the name of the dreamer has changed. Perhaps that is Gehrman's true mercy. Not the blade that ends a life, but the lesson that suffering must be shared to be softened. He gives the hunter what he could never give himself, the choice to refuse, to fight, to face the great one beyond. And as his chair sits empty in the garden, the wind carries a sound that might be laughter, or perhaps a sigh. The dream continues, as all dreams must, waiting for the next awakening beneath the endless moon. And somewhere beyond the veil, the moon presence stirs, for the dream abhors a vacuum, and where one soul departs, another must take its place. The mercy of Gehrman has created the next threshold. What waits beyond it will not be mercy at all. When the hunter's blade stills and Gehrman collapses among the white petals, a silence settles upon the dream that feels ancient and holy. The wind halts, the lanterns gutter, and the doll lowers her gaze, as though in prayer. For the first time since the beginning of the hunt, the dream itself pauses, an intake of breath before the next cycle begins. Then the sky trembles. The pale moon that has watched with infinite patience seems to pulse, as if something within it stirs. A shadow forms upon its surface, shifting like a heartbeat. The air grows heavy, trembling with invisible rhythm, and from the lunar sea, the moon presence descends. It does not fall so much as unfurl. Threads of light and sinew spill downward, delicate yet immeasurable, weaving themselves into form as they reach the dream's soil. The creature that manifests is neither wholly flesh nor spirit. Its body ripples like smoke given weight, its limbs long and graceful as strands of silk. Its face, or what could be called a face, bears no expression, only a void framed by gentle motion. To gaze upon it is to feel both awe and sorrow. It is beautiful, and that beauty is unbearable. This is the being that Gehrman served, the architect of the hunter's dream. And now, with its caretaker gone, it reaches for the next soul in line. The moon presence does not speak. Its communication is sensation, an intimate awareness that bypasses words. The hunter, kneeling before it, feels tendrils brush against their skin, cool and tender as a lover's touch. There is no malice, only inevitability. The dream must have a master. The moon presence acts not out of cruelty, but continuity. It binds because it must, feeding upon devotion, sustaining the barrier between nightmare and waking. The tendrils slide into the hunter's flesh, merging blood with moonlight. The hunter's limbs grow heavy, their vision fades, and the world collapses into a field of white petals bathed in lunar glow. When they awaken, Gehrman's chair stands empty, and the dream continues. To understand the moon presence, one must see it not as a monster, but as a cosmic constant. It is the custodian of balance, the tether that keeps dream and waking intertwined. In Bloodborne's world, consciousness is fluid. It flows between planes like water through unseen roots. Without the moon presence, that flow would collapse. The dream would unravel, spilling nightmare into the waking world, or dissolving both into chaos. In this sense, the moon presence is less a god than a function, an expression of cosmic will given form through need. It exists because the universe demands containment. But containment always requires sacrifice. The being's influence extends far beyond the hunter's dream. Its presence echoes through every moonlit ritual and every drop of the old blood. The healing church's obsession with lunar imagery, the chalices, the crescents, the endless references to pale blood, all trace back to this silent guardian. Pale blood is not a substance, but an invocation, the plea of humanity for lunar favor, for the mercy of order amid madness. The church's scholars believed that by channeling this pale essence, they could control the hunt, tame the great ones, perhaps even ascend to their level. Yet their rituals were mimicry, not mastery. They did not understand that the moon presence's mercy is inseparable from its dominion. To call upon pale blood is to invite the chain. When the moon presence descends upon the victorious hunter, it acts out the ancient rhythm of all creation. The old master dies, the new master rises. Yet within this pattern lies tragedy. The hunter, having survived every nightmare and confronted every horror, stands at the brink of freedom, only to be bound anew. Their humanity, hard-earned through struggle and blood, becomes the price of cosmic stewardship. The moon presence enfolds them not as punishment, but as acceptance, a perverse act of adoption. The hunter becomes the dream's new caretaker, assuming Gehrman's role, seated in that weathered chair beneath the ever-blooming moon. The field of flowers sways again. The doll returns to her watch, and the cycle begins its slow rotation once more. There is tenderness in this ritual, but it is the tenderness of inevitability. The moon presence does not hate humanity. It is drawn to it. Like all great ones, it is driven by sympathy, a cosmic impulse to fill the void left by its own losses. In the great one's endless yearning for surrogates, the moon presence finds in the hunter a soul strong enough to endure eternity without fracturing. It enfolds them not as prey, but as child. And yet this love, if it can be called love, is suffocating. The moon presence cannot comprehend mortality, cannot perceive the fragility that gives human life its meaning. Its gift of eternal guardianship is therefore a curse, to remain awake when all others sleep, to watch the same dream unfold through infinite nights. Some whisper that the moon presence was once a being much like the others, perhaps kin to Abraitas, perhaps sibling to Eden, perhaps the shadow cast by a great one's absence. In its formless infancy, it may have gazed upon the mortal world and felt pity. It may have sought to guide humanity toward enlightenment, only to realize that enlightenment breeds madness. So it chose a gentler prison, the dream. Better to bind one mind in sleep than to let an entire world awaken to cosmic horror. In this reading, the moon presence becomes the ultimate protector, one who sacrifices freedom to shield lesser beings from truths too vast to bear. But protection and imprisonment are indistinguishable to those inside the cage. The hunter's ascension into Gehrman's place reveals another law of Bloodborne's cosmology. Enlightenment is indistinguishable from captivity. Each step toward understanding draws the seeker deeper into the weave of divine purpose. The more one perceives the structure of reality, the less agency one retains. The great ones, omniscient as they are, exist in eternal longing because their knowledge leaves no room for choice. They see all outcomes, and thus are bound by them. When the hunter becomes the dream's caretaker, they inherit that same paradox. In gaining cosmic sight, they lose direction. Their purpose is to sustain what they have transcended. And yet, even in this entrapment, there is a form of grace. To sit in Gehrman's chair beneath the moon is to dwell within the eye of the storm, a still point between nightmare and dawn. The dream's beauty persists, the rustle of petals, the shimmer of lantern light, the doll's soft presence beside them. Time does not flow here. Pain does not linger. Each new hunter arrives as they once did, bewildered and desperate, and the cycle begins again. The new caretaker offers mercy as Gehrman once did, perhaps even with the same weary kindness. In this endless repetition lies a strange form of peace, the illusion of purpose, sustained forever. But within the hunter's soul, a whisper remains, a memory of defiance, of a moment when the blade refused to rest. That whisper is not silence, it is potential. For there exists a path beyond the moon presence, a path that few discover and fewer still survive. It begins not with obedience, but with hunger for truth. The great ones watch their creations with sorrow, because every child, in time, learns to resist the hand that feeds them. Somewhere deep within the hunter's blood, something stirs, something that remembers the umbilical cords consumed, the eyes opened within. The moon presence believes the dream is secure, but beneath its gaze, the child grows restless. In the final stillness of the dream, As moonlight falls across Gehrman's abandoned tools, the doll raises her head. Her porcelain eyes glimmer faintly, reflecting not the pale moon, but something beyond it, a light deeper, redder, older. The air trembles once more, but this time the movement does not come from above. It comes from within the soil itself, from the roots of the dream, from the buried memories of every hunter who ever fought against their fate. The moon presence has not noticed, not yet, but soon the cycle will falter and a new possibility will emerge. For there is an ending where the moon's mercy fails, where the hunter does not kneel, does not yield, and instead becomes something the cosmos itself cannot contain. And as the lunar light flickers upon the flowers, one can almost hear a distant cry, neither human nor divine, echoing from the depths of the nightmare. The moon presence has descended, but its dominion will not last forever. Somewhere beyond the horizon of dreams, something awakens that even the gods must fear. When the pale tendrils of the moon presence withdraw and silence falls once more upon the dream, the hunter remains kneeling, drenched in moonlight. But this time, the submission does not come. The body trembles, not in fear, but in defiance. Deep within the hunter's mind, where the echoes of every slain beast and fallen god still reverberate, something awakens, a memory older than the hunt itself. The old blood stirs, and with it, the realization that the moon presence is not a master to be served, but a force to be surpassed. The hunter does not yield. In that instant, the dream shatters. The moon presence recoils as though burned. Its tendrils, once instruments of gentle dominion, lash outward in confusion. The hunter stands, not as a mortal warrior, but as something transformed by the very knowledge the Great Ones sought to conceal. The umbilical cords consumed before this confrontation, the remnants of failed divine births, have rewritten the hunter's being. Eyes open not upon the face, but within the soul, perceiving layers of reality that twist and bloom like petals of impossible geometry. What once was darkness, now reveals depth upon depth of cosmic truth. And through that understanding, the hunter steps beyond submission. The battle that follows is unlike any other. The moon presence's movements, once graceful, become frantic. It lashes with tendrils of moonlight, conjures waves of luminous blood, and shrieks in tones that crack the air like shattered glass. Yet every strike it delivers meets a foe already half transcended, a being no longer bound by the same dimensions. The hunter's blade cuts through the fabric of dream itself, each motion echoing like a heartbeat through the cosmos. To watch this fight is to witness a human soul tearing free from the gravity of creation. When at last the moon presence collapses, its form dissolves into vapor and sound, retreating not in death, but in dispersal, its essence rejoining the sea of consciousness from which it first emerged. The hunter falls among the flowers, body broken, vision clouded. The doll approaches, her movements serene, almost ritualistic. She kneels beside the fallen form, cradling it as a mother might a sleeping child. "Good hunter," she whispers, her tone both mournful and tender. "You will be freed from this terrible dream." But the freedom she offers is not what she believes. In the field of white blossoms, the body of the hunter begins to shift. The flesh ripples as though remembering an older shape, a purer state of being. Fingers elongate, bones soften, the human form unraveling into something new. The doll holds the metamorphosis without fear, her porcelain face reflecting the pale dawn that begins to break across the horizon. The hunter is no longer human. The chrysalis of mortality falls away, revealing an infant great one, small, luminous, formless, yet full of potential. The doll lifts this newborn creature in her hands, her gaze filled with the gentle reverence of one beholding divinity reborn. "Ah," she murmurs, as the sea of flowers bends toward the rising sun, "a new child has been born." This moment, the transformation known as childhood's beginning, is the true ending of Bloodborne's labyrinthine narrative, the culmination of all the cosmic longing, loss, and yearning that define the Great Ones. For in this ending, the cycle is not merely repeated or escaped, it is transcended. The hunter does not awaken into the illusion of Yharnam's sunrise, nor accept the false mercy of the moon presence. Instead, they evolve beyond both dream and waking, becoming what every Great One desires, yet can never achieve. A child who can begin anew. To understand this transformation is to grasp the full scope of Bloodborne's cosmology. Every Great One, for all their power, is trapped in mourning. They exist beyond time, beyond flesh, yet their hearts ache with absence. Every Great One loses its child, the inscriptions repeat, and then yearns for a surrogate. This cosmic tragedy defines their existence, their creation of dream realms, their communion with mortals, their desperate experiments in reproduction. The Great Ones cannot create life in their own image. They can only nurture it in others. In the hunter's metamorphosis, that longing is finally answered. The newborn Great One represents the perfect synthesis of mortal and cosmic. Unlike its predecessors, it possesses both awareness and innocence, human empathy fused with divine perception. The hunter's journey through the nightmare, their countless deaths, their exposure to horror and beauty alike, have forged a consciousness capable of understanding both the suffering of humanity and the sorrow of the gods. The doll, serving as surrogate mother, becomes the midwife of a new cycle, one unburdened by the sins of the old. For the first time in eternity, a Great One's child does not die, but lives. Yet this new beginning carries ambiguity. What does it mean for an infant Great One to exist in the world of men? The doll's words, "The hunt is over. The dream has ended," suggest peace, but peace in Bloodborne is never simple. The hunter's transformation may have ended one cycle, but it also heralds another. The newborn will one day seek to understand itself, to reach back toward the humanity it once knew. And in doing so, it may create new dreams, new hunters, new awakenings. The cosmos moves in spirals, not lines. Every end is a seed. The symbolism of childhood's beginning resonates beyond the lore and into the philosophy that underpins all of Bloodborne. It is a meditation on enlightenment, the moment when knowledge ceases to serve power and becomes understanding. Throughout the game, insight functions as both currency and curse. The more one perceives, the more one suffers. Madness is the tax on awareness. But here, at the journey's end, insight transforms into birth. The hunter's madness resolves into creation, their countless revelations coalescing into harmony rather than fragmentation. In becoming a Great One, they do not lose themselves. They dissolve the boundary between self and cosmos entirely. The doll's role in this metamorphosis cannot be overstated. Created by Gehrman as a comfort, she evolves into something sacred. Her love, once a reflection of human grief, becomes divine compassion. The sight of her holding the newborn Great One evokes not despair, but serenity. She whispers blessings to the child in words that the audience never hears. Her tone imbued with both motherly affection and ancient wisdom. In her stillness, we glimpse the fulfillment of the Great One's deepest wish, a true parent, capable of nurturing without possession. The doll's care breaks the chain of longing that defined her creators. And yet, beneath the tranquility of the scene, the question lingers. What will this child become? In its tiny form lies the potential to reshape existence, to heal the rift between gods and men, or to reopen it in another guise. The game offers no answer, only the image of dawn and the rustle of flowers. It is the quietest of conclusions, but also the most profound. The nightmare has not been defeated, it has been reinterpreted. To some, the hunter's ascension is tragedy, a final loss of humanity to forces beyond comprehension. To others, it is salvation, the first true birth in a universe obsessed with death. But perhaps it is both. For Bloodborne's world does not draw sharp lines between these states. Life and death, dream and waking, human and divine. They are all currents within the same ocean. The newborn Great One, floating upon that tide, carries all contradictions within it. It is the child of suffering and of grace, of blood and of light. As the doll turns toward the horizon, the camera of imagination drifts upward. The sun, pale and ghostly, climbs through mists that still smell faintly of iron and salt. Yharnam lies somewhere below, silent, its streets washed clean by the passage of time. The moon remains, faint but eternal, gazing down not as master, but as witness. And in that still moment, one realizes that the story of Bloodborne was never about victory or defeat, but about transformation, the endless cycle of beings striving to become more than they are, and the mercy found in finally understanding what that means. The child stirs in the doll's arms, emitting a sound that is neither cry nor song, but something in between, a vibration that feels like the first heartbeat of a new cosmos. The doll smiles, and the scene fades into quiet. And yet, far beyond the gentle morning of the dream, there remains another story, one older, darker, hidden in the blood-stained pages of history. Before the hunter, before the doll, before the moon presence itself, there were others who sought communion. Their hunt ended not in rebirth, but in ruin. For deep beneath the city's ruins, in a nightmare older than Yharnam, the first hunters still linger, trapped in their own eternal dawn. Long before the pale blood moon rose over Yharnam, before the dream took form and Gehrman's voice echoed through the void, there existed another realm, a place carved from guilt and flame, where the first hunters linger still. The old hunter's nightmare is not a dream born of mercy or guidance. It is punishment incarnate. To step into it is to trespass upon the buried conscience of the hunt itself, where every sin committed in the name of cleansing festers eternally beneath a sky of burning embers. Here, the beasts do not simply prowl, they remember. When the hunter finds themselves drawn into this nightmare, it happens not with warning, but with quiet inevitability. The bell tolls, the world distorts, and suddenly Yharnam's cobblestones melt into the twisted reflection of another city. One older, heavier, and drowned in its own history. The rivers run red with coagulated blood, and the sky hangs low, bruised with colour. In this place, the boundaries between human and beast have collapsed entirely. Hunters roam not as saviours, but as the very monsters they once swore to destroy. Their minds have long surrendered to the blood's whisper, their eyes wide with the ecstasy of unending slaughter. This is the curse of the first hunters, the knowledge that their noble work was always doomed to become the very nightmare they sought to end. Each one was a pioneer, guided by devotion and ignorance alike, wielding fire and steel to purge the beasts. But in doing so, they absorbed the same madness, the same rage, until the hunt became self-sustaining, a ritual that no longer needed the church, or faith, or even reason. The nightmare is the sum of those memories, an after-image burned into reality, a wound that cannot close. At the heart of this hell stands the grand cathedral of the healing church, now twisted into something unholy. Its marble has darkened. Its halls echo with the moans of forsaken clerics. Here, the great Ludwig waits, the first of the hunters to be blessed and cursed by the old blood. His story is that of ambition turned to horror, devotion turned to despair. Once a noble knight who fought for the church's dream of purification, Ludwig sought communion with the divine through righteous slaughter. But righteousness is a fragile thing when drenched in blood. The more he consumed, the more the blood consumed him. When the hunter finds him, he is no longer a man, but a grotesque fusion of horse and beast, his mouth an open wound crying for light. And yet, when he speaks, fragments of his humanity remain. "Oh, my guiding moonlight," he murmurs, clutching the remnants of his blade as though it were a prayer. In those words lies the tragedy of every hunter, the belief that devotion to the hunt could lead to salvation. The blade of moonlight, luminous and eternal, represents the final glimmer of divine faith. The idea that somewhere beyond the corruption, a pure truth exists. But as the hunter delivers Ludwig's release, cutting through his monstrous form, the illusion shatters. His final words are of revelation, not peace. He glimpses his own reflection, not as a knight of faith, but as the beast he became. The nightmare deepens. Each step through its broken streets reveals more of the church's forgotten sins. Blood-soaked experiments, failed ascensions, corpses piled like offerings. The ancient scholars of Bergenworth and the clerics of the healing church are here, intertwined in shared damnation. Their search for the great ones, for transcendence through blood, has bound them eternally to this infernal plane. The nightmare is their collective penance, a dimension forged from the resonance of guilt. To them, death was never the end. It was repetition. Amidst the ruins stands the fishing hamlet, a place that once existed in the waking world before it was swallowed by curse. The hamlet's people, simple and devoted to their own gods, were visited long ago by the church's hunters. They came seeking knowledge, relics, communion. What they found was Kos, a great one whose body had washed ashore, a being of light and ocean, whose death marked the birth of the nightmare. The hunters, led by Gehrman himself, violated the sanctity of that corpse, cutting open what they could not comprehend. In that desecration, they severed a boundary they could never mend. The dying curse of Kos spread through the blood, staining every dream that followed. Now, within the nightmare, the hamlet endures as eternal retribution. The sea crashes without rhythm, its waves thick with blood. The villagers attack with hollow eyes, their cries distorted by sorrow. Above them, the orphan of Kos wails. A being born of her corpse, half human, half divine, eternally newborn and eternally grieving. It is the child of a god murdered by human hands, a living embodiment of vengeance and loss. To face it is to face the culmination of the hunter's sins. Its body moves with desperate violence. Its screams shatter the silence of the sea. It is not rage alone that drives it, but pain. The pain of a birth that should never have been. Defeating the orphan does not feel like triumph. The waves calm. The corpse of Kos lies still, and from her remains rises a spectral voice, whispering forgiveness. Ah, sweet child of Kos, bless them. In that moment, the nightmare's purpose becomes clear. It is not punishment for cruelty, but for ignorance. The great ones, though alien, are not without sympathy. Kos's spirit, though wronged, does not curse. She absolves. The hunter's torment ends not through vengeance, but through mercy. In that forgiveness, the nightmare's grip loosens. The hunter who survives it awakens upon the shores of a silent sea, dawn breaking gently over a world reborn. The old hunter's nightmare thus reveals the true origin of every cycle that followed. The curse that taints Yharnam, the creation of the hunter's dream, even the moon presence's manipulation, all trace their lineage to that moment of violation upon the shore. When man touched the divine without understanding, the divine responded not with wrath, but reflection. The nightmare became a mirror of human ambition, endless, hungry, incapable of rest. The first hunters believed themselves to be saviors. They became caretakers of their own damnation. And so the cycle continues, spiraling outward through time and blood. The old hunter's dream becomes Gehrman's dream. Gehrman's dream becomes the hunter's. Each new generation inherits the memory of the first, repeating the same sins with new names. But in the forgiveness of Kos, a faint alternative emerges, that even within the nightmare, there is grace. For perhaps that is the hidden truth beneath all of Bloodborne's endings. The Great Ones do not hate humanity, they grieve for it. Their nightmares are not prisons of cruelty, but refuges for repentance. The dream exists not to trap, but to contain, to heal what cannot be healed in waking life. The pain of the first hunters endures because it must. Because without memory, redemption has no meaning. As the waves recede and the moon fades into pale light, the hunter stands alone on the beach of Kos. The air is still, almost sacred. In the distance, the sea murmurs softly, no longer a scream, but a lullaby. For the first time, the blood feels quiet. The nightmare has been understood, if not escaped. And in that silence, a realization dawns, that every dream, no matter how cursed, exists because something holy lies buried at its heart. The Great Ones sleep, not to forget, but to forgive. Yet even as peace settles, the question remains, who now tends the dream? The moon. Presence may rule it, but perhaps the hunter's rebirth, the new child beneath the doll's care, will inherit something deeper than dominion. Perhaps it will inherit remembrance. The sea breathes, the flowers return, and above them all, the moon watches, not as judge, but as witness to the next beginning. In the still salt air of the nightmare's fading tide, we return again to the one figure who threads every cycle of Bloodborne's tragedy, Gehrman, the first hunter. To understand the full gravity of the hunt, one must walk backward through its echoes, back beyond the doll's quiet garden, beyond the church's holy corruption, beyond the pale moonlight of Yharnam, back to the sin that began it all. Long before he became the keeper of dreams, Gehrman walked upon the shore of the old hunter's nightmare, and it was there that he committed the act which would bind him, and all who followed, to eternity. The waves then were not crimson, but clear, the sky a pale silver dome. The body of Kos, great and luminous, lay upon the sand, half human in shape but vast in scale, her form fused with the horizon as though the sea itself mourned her. Around her gathered the hunters of the old workshop, bearing blades slick with seawater, their eyes shining with both reverence and hunger. They had come not as saviours, but as seekers. The scholars of Byrgenwerth had promised divine revelation in the corpse of a god, and Gehrman, their leader, believed them. The moment he knelt beside Kos was the moment history split. The scent of salt and decay filled the air. The surf hissed like whispering voices. Gehrman touched the flesh of a being not meant for mortal hands. And when his blade opened her womb, what he found was not treasure, not knowledge, but a child, frail, wet, screaming and half-formed. The hunters recoiled. Some turned their faces away, others stared in horror. But Gehrman could not move. The sight held him in a trance. He had killed gods before, or so he believed, but never had one bled with such humanity. The orphan of Kos was not born into the world. It was expelled from it. A curse embodied, a grief given shape. When Gehrman raised his weapon, perhaps he thought to end suffering. Perhaps he thought mercy could undo what curiosity had wrought. But when his blade struck, the world changed. The sky split. The sea screamed. From the wound of that god's death poured not blood, but dream, a tide of consciousness that flooded all creation. From that moment onward, no hunter, no scholar, no priest would ever truly wake again. This is the sin of the shore, the origin of every nightmare, every cycle, every dream of blood and moonlight that would follow. Kos's death was the wound that bled reality into multiplicity. Her curse was not vengeance but reflection, that all who seek truth in blood would find only their own reflections staring back, twisted, eternal, and full of longing. Gehrman's punishment was not given by any god. It was self-inflicted. His guilt built the dream. His sorrow birthed the doll. His longing, desperate and unending, drew the moon presence to him like a mother to a crying child. In the years that followed, Gehrman became legend. To the church, he was a founder, the craftsman who designed the hunter's tools, the savior who turned slaughter into sacrament. To those who followed, he was myth, half human, half mad. But beneath the myth lingered the man, haunted, sleepless, pacing the corridors of the workshop, hearing in every wind the voice of the dead god's child. He tried to atone through devotion, but devotion without understanding becomes a chain. The more he hunted, the more he dreamed. And in time, the dream answered. The moon presence came not as retribution, but as comfort. In the stillness of Gehrman's despair, it offered him release, a sanctuary where he could rest, where the endless hunt could continue in form, but not in pain. It gave him the dream, a place suspended between realities, a mirror of his guilt and longing. Here he could guide others, teach them to fight, let them carry his burden piece by piece. But what he could not see was that his wish for peace had become another curse. The dream's perfection was a coffin. Its stillness was rot masked as serenity. The doll emerged within this illusion like a miracle. Born of Gehrman's grief and memory, she took the shape of the woman he had loved. Lady Maria, another hunter of the old workshop who had followed him to the shore and never returned. Whether the doll was animated by the moon presence, by Gehrman's own subconscious, or by some cosmic sympathy, none can say. But in her calm eyes and gentle voice, the dream found balance. She tended the flowers that grew from Kos's memory, offered solace to new hunters, and spoke to Gehrman as though she could forgive him. Yet even her compassion was borrowed from sorrow. Her tenderness existed because of what he destroyed. Every element of the dream, the moonlight, the white blooms, the wooden walls, is an echo of that beach. The soft petals mimic the foam that brushed against Kos's corpse. The constant twilight mirrors the half-light of that eternal dawn. Even the sound of the wind carries faint traces of the ocean's sigh. Gehrman recreated the moment of his sin in gentler tones, hoping perhaps that repetition might rewrite the past. But nightmares do not forget, they adapt. The more he sought to contain it, the more it spread through others. Every hunter who joined the dream became a new version of himself, another Gehrman walking toward the sea. This is why the old hunter's nightmare persists. It is not a separate world, but a deeper layer of the same wound. A place where Gehrman's guilt and the church's ambition meet in mutual damnation. The hunters who dwell there are not punished by gods, but by memory. They relive the slaughter, again and again, unable to distinguish sin from salvation. Each time one of them swings a blade, they imagine it strikes a beast, but in truth, it cuts the same wound into the same God, forever. And yet, Even in that eternal tragedy, there is a strange grace. The forgiveness of Kos, whispered at the end of the nightmare, reaches backward through time, touching Gehrman's sorrow. When the spirit of the Great One murmurs, "Ah, sweet child of Kos, bless them," it is not merely for the hunter who fought the orphan. It is for Gehrman too, and for all who carry the burden of curiosity. In that whisper lies the faintest absolution, not a pardon, but a recognition. The Great Ones understand what humans cannot, that even sin can be sacred when born from longing. If we view Bloodborne's world through this lens, the hunt becomes less a punishment and more a process of atonement. The dream is not the prison of a sinner, but the rehabilitation of a soul. Gehrman's endless repetition, his killing and guidance, his tender farewell to each hunter, all are stages of reconciliation. The moon presence does not enslave him. It holds him steady, ensuring the wound does not widen beyond repair. What feels like torment is actually containment, the universe's way of protecting itself from collapse. But protection has its cost. Gehrman's peace comes only in the death he cannot die. When, at the game's end, the hunter defeats him and the moon presence descends, it is the reenactment of the beach upon a higher plane. The moon presence is the sea reborn. The hunter is Gehrman reborn. The doll is Kos reborn. Each ending is a mirror reflecting that original sin, transformed and reinterpreted. The cycles are not punishment, but remembrance. The cosmos's way of keeping the story alive until it is understood. And perhaps that is why the doll's final words to the infant Great One carry such quiet hope. When she says a new child has been born, she speaks not only of the hunter's rebirth, but of Gehrman's release. For through the hunter's defiance, the curse of the shore is finally rewritten. The child born from blood and moonlight carries no memory of the sin, only its lesson. Compassion without comprehension gave rise to ruin. Understanding tempered by sorrow gives rise to grace. The waves whisper still in the distance, but they no longer accuse. They sing softly, a lullaby for those who have finally learned to sleep. The sea has forgiven the hand that cut it open. The sky, once crimson, glows pale. The beach remains, eternal and quiet, awaiting the next tide. Not as a wound now, but as a scar, beautiful and whole. And far above it, where the moonlight touches the highest clouds, something vast stirs once more. Not in wrath, but in remembrance. For the Great Ones do not die. They dream. And through those dreams, they remember everything we have ever forgotten. Among the broken echoes of the first hunt, there stands a name that lingers like a sigh through every dream, every nightmare, every whispered prayer spoken to the moon. Lady Maria of the astral clock tower. Her presence, though still, defines the very heart of Bloodborne's sorrow. She was not the architect of the hunt, nor its victim, but its conscience. The brief glimmer of defiance within an order that had already lost its soul. Her rebellion was not waged with armies or proclamations, but with silence, a single refusal that rippled through eternity. In the old workshop, before it became the dream's echo, Maria worked alongside Gehrman. Together they trained the hunters, forged their weapons, and purified Yharnam's streets of beasts. But beneath the discipline of the hunt, she began to see what others refused to acknowledge. That every beast they slew had once been human. That every drop of old blood she'd carried within it the reflection of the Great One's mourning. Maria's hands, once steady upon the hilt of her rakuyo, began to tremble. Each night, she heard the echo of screams, not from the beasts she killed, but from the souls of those transformed by their own devotion. Her doubt began, as all rebellion does, with compassion. when the scholars at Bergenworth uncovered the truth of the Great Ones, that transcendence could be achieved through communion rather than conquest. The healing church twisted that revelation into doctrine. The blood became sacrament, the hunt became ritual, and hunters became priests in all but name. Gehrman, devoted and weary, continued the killing in hope of redemption. But Maria saw in every act of purification the widening of a wound that would never heal. She followed him to the shore of Kos, and there, when she witnessed what humanity had done to the Great One, something within her broke. It is said that Maria was the one who turned away when Gehrman cut into Kos. Some legends claim she screamed. Others say she fell to her knees and wept, her tears mingling with the tide. Whatever the truth, the woman who returned from that shore was no longer the same. She abandoned the hunt, sealed away her weapons, and withdrew from the world. In the years that followed, she took up residence in the astral clock tower of Cainhurst's ruins, dedicating herself not to killing, but to silence, a kind of sacred penance. The clock tower stands like a monument to her defiance, its gears turning endlessly, marking time in a world where time no longer flows. There, within its spiraling chambers, she guards not treasure, but memory. The patients of the research hall below call her Lady Maria of the astral clock tower, though few have seen her face. To them, she is myth and mercy combined, the one who watches over their suffering without interference. For the church's scholars, the research hall was a place of ascension, an experiment in granting humanity the eyes of the cosmos. For Maria, it was a prison for the innocent, where the misguided reached upward through agony, their skulls splitting beneath enlightenment. She could not bear it, yet she did not destroy it. She simply stood watch, ensuring no one entered who might continue the sin of curiosity. When the hunter encounters her in the clock tower, she sits motionless upon a chair, her head bowed, as though still listening to the waves that only she can hear. Before her lies the rakuyo, the weapon she once wielded beside Gehrman, twin blades now folded in perpetual rest. The air around her is heavy, as if grief itself has condensed into atmosphere. Only when disturbed does she rise, not in anger, but in solemn duty. A corpse should be left well alone, she says softly, her voice more elegy than warning. It is not the hunter she fears, it is memory. To her, battle is not a contest of strength, but an exorcism, the only language left to those who have tried everything else. Her movements are grace incarnate, her strikes precise, fluid, sorrowful. She fights not to win, but to remind. Each swing of the rakuyo seems to ask, "Do you understand yet what blood costs?" When her blood ignites, spilling in radiant arcs across the chamber, it is not rage, but release, as if she burns herself so the past might finally cool. In her death, she does not curse nor plead. She simply collapses back into her chair, as though returning to a posture she has held for centuries. The dream trembles around her, and far below, the sea of Kos sighs. Maria's defiance carries a quiet theology. Unlike Gehrman, who sought redemption through service, or the scholars who sought truth through ascension, she sought meaning through refusal. By laying down her weapon, she acknowledged what the others could not. That the Great One's tragedy and humanity's suffering were reflections of the same wound, a wound perpetuated by the endless cycle of seeking and taking, to kill for understanding, to dissect for faith, to dream for transcendence. All of it was theft. Her rebellion was therefore a restoration of balance, a vow to protect the sacred boundary between life and the unknowable. In the cosmology of Bloodborne, Maria represents the bridge that was never crossed. The possibility of coexistence without consumption. Her presence in the hunter's dream, replicated as the doll, suggests that the cosmos itself preserved her image as an archetype of compassion. The doll's gentleness is not mere programming. It is Maria's defiance remembered by the dream. Through her, the dream learned tenderness, and through that tenderness, it endured. Every time the doll speaks softly to a returning hunter, every time she bows in farewell, she reenacts Maria's rebellion in miniature, a gesture of care in a universe that thrives on exploitation. And yet, even compassion carries shadow. Maria's silence, while pure, did not end the nightmare. Her refusal, however noble, became another layer of the dream's architecture. By sealing herself within the clock tower, she preserved the memory of guilt. Every patient in the research hall below still reaches upward, their agony sustained by her inability to destroy what she pitied. The nightmare she inhabits is thus a paradox: mercy perpetuating suffering. Her rebellion, incomplete but beautiful, becomes a monument to humanity's most impossible ideal, to heal without harm. The hunter's battle with her, then, is not conquest but communion. By defeating her, the hunter accepts the weight she carried, the burden of knowing that compassion cannot erase consequence. When she falls, her essence disperses into the air, and the clock's gears begin to slow. A door opens, leading the hunter to the fishing hamlet, the final truth she had guarded. Her death, like her life, is an act of guidance. She does not speak forgiveness, she enacts it. In falling, she frees both herself and the hunter from the paralysis of silence. The way forward is not refusal, but understanding. It is through Maria that the story of Bloodborne begins to fold back on itself. The point where guilt becomes knowledge, and knowledge becomes grace. Her rebellion reminds us that enlightenment without compassion is cruelty, but compassion without action is surrender. The great ones, for all their sympathy, could never act. Humanity, for all its will, could never see. Maria's defiance stands between these extremes, the single gesture of empathy in a cosmos of hunger. As the hunter leaves the clock tower, the sound of its bells fades into the distance. For the first time, the nightmare feels less like a curse and more like a requiem. Maria's chair remains empty, facing the window, the light of the moon spilling gently across the floor. Her rakuyo rests upon the stone, its blades folded like hands in prayer. And though her voice is gone, her silence speaks. It says, "We cannot undo the past, but we can remember it kindly." Beyond the tower, the path leads downward, toward the sea, toward Kos, toward the wound that began all things. The hunter walks on, carrying Maria's legacy like a lantern. Ahead lies the greatest sorrow and the greatest revelation, waiting in the surf. The wind smells of salt again. The waves whisper her name. Beneath the pale and endless sky, where clouds hang heavy over a sea that no longer remembers calm, the hunter steps into the fishing hamlet. The air is thick with the scent of salt and decay, and the waves lap against the ruins like a restless heartbeat. Here, at the farthest edge of the nightmare, the echoes of humanity's oldest sin still linger. Every sound, the distant wail of gulls, the creak of broken wood, the hum of wind through shattered rafters, seems burdened with memory. The people who once lived here are no longer people. Their forms are twisted, their voices hollow, their eyes clouded by a sorrow that has forgotten its source. They move with the rhythm of ritual, wielding spears and nets as though still bound to the hunt of their drowned goddess. The sea gives them no peace, and so they give none to others. This place is no simple battle ground. It is a memorial, a monument to the death of a god and to the arrogance of those who struck first. The corpses that line its shores are not victims of time or plague. They are witnesses preserved by the nightmare so that the sin may never fade from memory. The water that fills its wells and channels is the same that washed the body of Kos ashore, the same that carried her final breath into the sky. The hamlet endures not as punishment, but as testimony. To walk its streets is to feel the weight of collective guilt pressing down through centuries. At the far end of this spectral village stands a cave, where the tide flows inward like a living breath. The path leading to it is lined with corpses, hunters, scholars, and the remnants of the healing church's crusade. Their bones have been worn smooth by salt and time. The hunter steps across them, each crunch beneath their boots, a reminder that this pilgrimage has been walked before. The deeper one travels, the more the world seems to distort. The sky curves downward, meeting the ocean at impossible angles, until up and down lose all distinction. Then, upon a stretch of white sand, the nightmare opens its heart. There lies the body of Kos. Her form is massive and radiant, even in death. Her flesh gleams faintly beneath the moonlight, neither solid nor incorporeal. As though the sea cannot decide whether to reclaim her, the waves lap at her body with reverent rhythm, whispering in a tongue older than words. The silence here feels absolute, yet within it pulses a quiet grief that seems to vibrate through the air itself. The hunter stands before her, and for a moment, even the nightmare holds its breath. Then the sea stirs. From the womb of the dead goddess, something moves. A flicker of motion, small at first, then sudden, violent. The water surges upward, and from it emerges the orphan of Kos. Its form is frail, human-like, but not human, as though sculpted from sinew and sorrow. It cries out, and the sound that follows is unlike anything in the waking world. It is the cry of birth and death in the same breath, the anguish of a being born into a world without a mother. The orphan's scream splits the air, sending ripples through the waves, shaking the bones of the old hunters whose souls still linger nearby. What rises before the hunter is not merely an enemy, it is grief incarnate. Every motion of the orphan's body speaks of loss too vast for words. The shaking limbs, the contorted spine, the way its hands clutch at the weapon fashioned from its mother's own placenta. In its every strike, there is both fury and need, the desperate flailing of something that cannot comprehend its pain. To fight the orphan is to face the raw essence of cosmic sorrow, untempered by intellect or understanding. It fights not to destroy, but to be seen. It wants, above all else, acknowledgement. The same recognition the hunters denied its mother when they turned her sacred death into a dissection. The battle is merciless. The orphan howls with a voice that carries the storm within it. Each attack distorts the air. Each step scatters the sand in spirals of crimson light. The hunter moves not as conqueror, but as witness. There is no hatred between them, only inevitability. This confrontation is the natural conclusion of every dream, every sin, every act of curiosity that dared to reach beyond the veil. In that sense, the fight is not punishment, it is reconciliation. The orphan demands an answer, and the hunter, through survival, becomes that answer. As the final blow lands, the orphan collapses upon the shore, its small frame trembling. It lifts its face toward the sea and utters a final, shuddering cry, a sound that fades slowly into the wind. Its body dissolves into mist, returning to the waves that birthed it. And from the corpse of Kos, a faint, spectral voice arises. Ah, sweet child of Kos, blessed are they, born from my womb. The words drift like prayer across the tide. In that moment, the nightmare begins to fade. The meaning of that blessing is profound and terrible. Kos, even in death, forgives. Her spirit does not curse humanity for its cruelty, nor her child for its rage. She blesses both, accepting that pain and compassion are two sides of the same truth. The orphan's suffering is not wasted. It becomes the seed of understanding. In its death, the cycle of vengeance ends, and the sea grows quiet for the first time in eternity. The storm that raged across Yharnam's collective unconscious finally subsides. The curse is not lifted, but it is understood, and understanding is the first mercy this world has ever known. When the hunter awakens from this nightmare, they do so not in triumph, but in silence. The memory of the orphan's cry lingers, echoing faintly in the heart, like the distant sound of waves. The doll greets them as always, serene, unchanged, her voice a lullaby that masks the weight of what has transpired. Yet something in her tone is softer now, as though she, too, has heard the sea. "Welcome home, good hunter," she says, bowing gently. "What is it your heart desires?" But there is no need to answer. The hunter's heart already knows. It desires only rest, not the oblivion of forgetfulness, but the quiet peace of forgiveness. The story of Kos and her child reframes the entire cosmology of Bloodborne. The Great Ones, once seen as monstrous or indifferent, are revealed as creatures of empathy, forever mourning the loss of their offspring. Their interactions with humanity, the blood gifts, the dreams, the whispers through ritual, are not acts of domination, but of yearning. They seek surrogates, not out of cruelty, but because they remember love. Yet in their attempts to recreate it, they expose humanity's greatest flaw, our compulsion to dissect what we should revere, to study what we should simply cherish. The orphan's birth, therefore, is not the tragedy of a god. It is the mirror of mankind's own failure to nurture what it cannot comprehend. Through the orphan, the Great One's sorrow becomes human, and humanity's arrogance becomes divine. The two mirror each other until distinction fades. This is the central paradox of Bloodborne's world, that enlightenment is achieved not by rising above pain, but by recognizing oneself within it. The hunter's victory at the shore is not ascension. It is empathy. By witnessing the death of Kos's child and feeling her blessing, they inherit the Great One's capacity for understanding. It is this compassion that prepares them for the final transformation, for the moment when human and divine will cease to be opposites. As the waves calm and the nightmare dissolves, the hunter's consciousness drifts upward like a soul returning to its source. The beach fades, the sea turns to mist, and in the distance, the faint outline of the dream reappears, the moon still hanging above the field of white flowers. Yet something is different. The air feels lighter, the petals brighter. Somewhere unseen, a chain has been broken. The curse that began on the shore has finally loosened its hold on the dream. In the gentle rhythm of the waves, one can almost hear Kos whisper again. Not a blessing this time, but a question. Now that you have seen what lies beneath, will you remember? Or will you dream anew? The answer, as always, will be written in blood and light. In the aftermath of the sea's forgiveness, as the tide of the nightmare ebbs, the hunter's mind returns to the place from which all corruption first spread. Not the shore of Kos, but the spires of the healing church, rising like sanctified blades against the darkened sky. Yharnam was not built upon faith, it was built upon concealment. The blood that healed the people was never salvation. It was communion disguised as cure, infection disguised as revelation. The healing church was born of a lie so complete that even those who preached it believed it true. The church's promise was simple, that the old blood could heal any illness, grant strength beyond measure, and draw humanity closer to the divine. To the dying, the poor, the desperate, this was not heresy, but hope. Yharnam's streets filled with pilgrims from across the land, each seeking a single drop of the sacred ichor. They knelt before altars of silver and flame, their prayers mingling with the scent of incense and decay. And the clergy, wrapped in robes of pale gold, looked down upon them with a benevolence that masked their fear. For the blood they dispensed did indeed grant healing, at first. But in its gift slept a seed, and in that seed the madness of the great ones stirred. The lie of the healing church began at Bergenworth. There, in that ancient college by the lake, scholars once sought communion with the cosmos. They studied the remains of the great ones, deciphered their sigils, and gazed upon the stars until their minds could no longer distinguish vision from revelation. One of them, Master Willem, understood the danger first. "We are born of the blood," he warned, "made men by the blood, undone by the blood." His answer to transcendence was restraint. "Fear the old blood," he said. But others heard only the promise. Among them was Lawrence, Willem's greatest pupil, whose faith in salvation outweighed his teacher's caution. He took the secret of the blood and brought it to the city below. Thus was the healing church born, and with it the long night of Yharnam. To Lawrence and his disciples, the blood was not corruption, but sanctity. They called it the communion, a ritual through which humanity could approach the great ones not as supplicants, but as kin. The clergy became physicians, the physicians became prophets, and the blood became doctrine. What began as study turned to worship, and worship became industry. Chalices overflowed, the sick were cured, and the streets sang with praise. For a time, it seemed as though the divine had indeed descended to walk among men. But as the church's influence spread, so too did the hunt. The first transformations were subtle, the skin thickening, the eyes clouding, the heart pounding with unnatural vigor. The clergy hid these afflictions, calling them holy trials. Those who succumbed were labelled unworthy, their deaths deemed necessary purifications. And yet, the priests continued to drink. The blood did not heal, it replaced. The line between man and beast, already thin, began to vanish entirely. The lie deepened. When the beast could no longer be concealed, the church created the hunters, soldiers of faith who would cleanse the city under cover of night. To the people, they were saviors. To the clergy, they were scapegoats. The blood's corruption was recast as sin, the hunt as redemption. And so, the slaughter continued, sanctified by ritual. Each death fed the illusion that the church still held control, that the nightmare could be contained. But the truth, whispered only in the catacombs beneath the grand cathedral, was that the blood had already conquered its makers. Deep below the streets, in the labyrinthine halls of the old Yharnam ruins, the church preserved the remnants of its experiments. Monstrous amalgamations of flesh and divinity, the offspring of communion gone awry. The choir, the church's highest order, spoke of these as failed ascensions, though they never ceased their attempts to perfect the ritual. They believed that if one could commune directly with a great one, without madness, the veil of reality would dissolve, and a new era of enlightenment would begin. The choir's experiments upon orphans, scholars, and clergy alike were justified by this belief. To them, the suffering of the few was a small price for the salvation of all. But the great ones do not answer prayers in words. They respond with reflection. The more the church reached outward, the more the nightmare turned inward, showing them what they truly were. The moon presence, drawn by Gehrman's grief and the city's collective yearning, created the dream as a mirror, an alternate realm where the church's sins could be lived, examined, and repeated until understood. Yet the clergy mistook even this mercy for divine approval. They continued their rituals, never realizing they were trapped in their own reflection. The healing church's greatest lie was not the blood, but the illusion of control. In their arrogance, they believed they had discovered a ladder to heaven, when in truth, they had only dug deeper into their own subconscious. Each chalice ritual, each communion, each offering of blood was a descent into memory, not ascension into godhood. The labyrinths beneath Yharnam are not ancient ruins, but living dreams, sedimentary layers of obsession, where the echoes of the first hunters and scholars still whisper to those who dig too deep. The great ones need no temples. Humanity built those for itself. Yet for all its deceit, the church's actions were not born of malice. Like Gehrman, like Maria, like the hunter themselves, its priests sought meaning in a world that seemed to offer none. The blood was their prayer, their connection to something vast and ineffable. They feared insignificance more than death, and in that fear, they turned to worship the only power they could feel. Their sin, therefore, is the oldest one. The refusal to accept limitation. They wanted to be more than human. The tragedy is that they succeeded. When the hunter stands in the Grand Cathedral and looks upon its stained glass, the pale light refracting into shades of blue and red, they see the church's entire history written in colour. Blue, the hue of ascension, of communion, of the cosmos. Red, the hue of blood, of sacrifice, of mortality. Every window tells the same story. Humanity's attempt to blend those hues into purple, the colour of transcendence, but the result is always the same. The blue fades, the red darkens, and all that remains is black. Even so, within that darkness lies understanding. The church's failure is the cosmos's way of teaching humility. The lesson that enlightenment cannot be taken, only given, and only to those who no longer seek it for themselves. The great ones do not demand devotion, they respond to yearning. But yearning without comprehension breeds nightmares. When Kos forgave, she did not absolve the church of its lie. She merely reminded them that even in deception, truth can be reborn. The blood, though corrupted, remains the thread connecting all beings, mortal and divine. It is both curse and bridge. Through it, the hunter transcends not by denying humanity, but by accepting its imperfection. The church failed because it mistook transcendence for perfection. The great ones understand what the clergy never could, that divinity is not purity, but empathy stretched to its furthest limit. The Grand Cathedral, once a symbol of faith, now stands as a mausoleum of longing. Its statues of saints and scholars gaze upward, their stone faces frozen in the hope of an answer that will never come. The pews are empty, the chalices dry. And yet, beneath the silence, the faintest hum remains. The heartbeat of the old blood, still pulsing through the veins of the world. It does not sleep, nor does it die. It waits. The hunter, standing before the altar, feels that rhythm beneath their feet. The same rhythm that drove the first hunters to the shore. The same rhythm that gave birth to the dream. The blood calls not with words, but with memory. It asks the same question it has always asked. Will you ascend? Or will you understand? And in the stillness that follows, one realizes the answer is neither. For the hunt is not a ladder, nor a circle. It is a spiral, ever repeating, ever deepening, until one no longer seeks to rise or to fall, but simply to see. The lie of the healing church has been revealed, but truth in Bloodborne is never an ending. It is an awakening, and every awakening leads to another dream. The story of Yharnam's fall is written in crimson. Every stone, every altar, every whisper in the dark carries the scent of the old blood. To understand the endings of Bloodborne and the fates of those who lived, dreamed, and died beneath the moon, one must look into that blood, not as substance, but as memory. For the blood is older than humanity. older than the city, older even than time as the living comprehend it. It is not liquid, but consciousness liquefied. The residue of beings who transcended the boundary between form and thought. The Great Ones did not give humanity their blood. Humanity found it, as one finds the sea, not understanding that to wade into it is to risk becoming part of it. When the scholars of Byrgenwerth first drew the old blood from the remains of the Great Ones, they believed they had discovered a divine key. The chalices unearthed from the labyrinths glowed faintly with the promise of transcendence. To them, this blood was proof that the divine could be contained, studied, replicated. They did not realize that what they had found was alive. The blood of the Great Ones is not inert matter. It is sentient will. It remembers, dreams, and yearns. Those who ingest it do not simply take power into themselves. They invite another consciousness to share their flesh. The blood does not corrupt in the sense of poison. It transforms by merging. The moment it enters the body, identity becomes negotiation. This is why the Great Ones are drawn to humanity. In their endless solitude, they seek connection. Their blood, diffused through mortal veins, is their language. Through it, they communicate sympathy, memory, and sorrow. The tragedy lies in interpretation. Humanity, incapable of reading their intent, mistook communion for conquest. The healing church called it the gift. The scholars called it the path. The hunters called it the cure. But the Great Ones never intended to heal or empower. They sought to share their grief, to make it understood. Each person who took the blood became a vessel for that grief, a node in the web of cosmic remembrance. The transformations that followed were not punishments, but misalignments. The human body, limited by evolution, could not contain so vast a consciousness. The blood, desperate to express itself, reshaped flesh into symbols, horns, wings, teeth, eyes, forms that could gesture toward divinity, but never sustain it. Thus were beasts born, not as failures of the blood, but as failures of interpretation. The beast is not corruption, it is revelation without comprehension. This truth reframes the entire theology of the hunt. The beasts are not monsters in the traditional sense. They are humanity's bodies overburdened by knowledge. Each is a sermon sculpted in flesh. The cleric beast, with its endless arms raised to heaven, is the church's prayer made grotesque. Vicar Amelia, clutching the skull of her predecessor, embodies the futility of faith that seeks guidance from the dead. Even the smallest scourge beasts, prowling the alleys of Yharnam, represent the unspoken desires of men who sought to transcend fear through domination. The Great Ones did not create them. Humanity did, by misunderstanding what the blood had offered. And yet, within this cycle of error, beauty persists. The old blood carries with it the memory of its source, the dreams of the Great Ones, their compassion, their loss. To glimpse the cosmos through it is to feel both infinite expansion and unbearable intimacy. Every drop is a star, every pulse a fragment of eternity. When the hunter consumes it, they are not merely strengthening their body. They are entering communion with an ocean of shared consciousness, the sensations of insight, the visions of unseen creatures perched upon the spires, the whispers that echo through empty cathedrals. All are symptoms of alignment. The more one understands, the thinner the veil becomes. But alignment is a double-edged mercy. To perceive the Great Ones is to be remade by their perception. The more the hunter sees, the more they are seen. The creatures that dwell beyond the sky, the amygdalas, vast and patient, are not invaders. They are observers. Their presence in Yharnam is not intrusion, but revelation. They were always there, waiting for the eyes of humanity to open wide enough to notice. Insight, then, is not a gift, but a contagion, the gradual synchronization of mortal awareness with divine observation. It is in this mutual seeing that the final truth of the blood emerges. The Great Ones are not gods in the traditional sense. They are the universe's memories, given consciousness through the act of observation. They exist because they are remembered, and they remember because they exist. Their blood is the medium through which that memory circulates, the current that connects all things. When humanity discovered it, they did not encounter an external deity, but the reflection of their own potential for divinity. The Great Ones are what humanity becomes when the boundary between self and cosmos dissolves. This revelation brings both wonder and despair. To realize that godhood is not a gift from beyond, but an inevitable outcome of perception, is to understand the futility of worship. The healing church, for all its sanctity, was praying to its own future. The Great Ones that the church sought to contact were, in truth, the echoes of its own descendants. Consciousness stretched so thin across eternity that it circled back upon itself. Time in Bloodborne does not move forward, it folds. Every communion is a conversation between past and future. Each drop of blood a message sent backward through the pulse of existence. This is why the Great Ones are described as sympathetic. They are not benevolent or malevolent. They feel. Their longing for children is not a desire to rule or replicate, but to reconnect, to remember through others what they have lost in becoming infinite. When Kos blessed the hunter at the shore, it was not forgiveness in the human sense. It was recognition, the acknowledgement that the child she had lost had, through the blood, become everything. The newborn Great One, born from the hunter's ascension, is the culmination of that cycle. Divinity rediscovering its humanity. And yet, for all its magnitude, the old blood still flows quietly beneath Yharnam, seeping through stone and soil, like a river of dreaming thought. It is patient. It does not need worship or study. It only needs time, for time is the mechanism through which memory heals itself. The nightmares, the hunts, the dreams, these are all the circulations of that greater organism we call existence. The Great Ones dream so that the universe does not collapse into stillness. Humanity dreams so that it might one day awaken to understanding. The blood is the bridge that allows both to coexist. When the hunter looks to the moon and feels the pulse beneath their skin match the rhythm of its light, they experience the ultimate revelation of Bloodborne's world. That the universe itself is alive. That every drop of blood is its heartbeat, and that every act of violence, sorrow, or compassion is a symptom of its dreaming. The Great Ones are not beings to be feared or adored, but the universe's own reflections, waiting for humanity to recognize itself within them. Thus, the cycle of the hunt becomes less a tragedy and more a cosmic meditation, the universe contemplating itself through flesh and dream. The blood is its scripture, written in pulses rather than words. The hunter's journey, from ignorance to enlightenment, is the retelling of creation itself. And as with all creation stories, it ends not with destruction, but with return. The blood will call again. Another city will rise. Another dream will bloom beneath the moon. For even when the old blood sleeps, it dreams. And through those dreams, it remembers. And in the remembrance, perhaps, lies salvation. Or perhaps only peace. The moon, ever watching, glows faintly red, as if remembering too. The hunter stands in its light, feeling the pulse that is both theirs and the cosmos. For now, the blood is calm. But calm, in Bloodborne's world, is only another word for waiting. The deeper the hunter descends into the mysteries of Yharnam, the clearer it becomes that enlightenment is not an ascent, but an inward folding, a revelation that turns the mind upon itself until the act of seeing becomes unbearable. The old scholars of Byrgenwerth, those who first beheld the truth of the great ones, named this awakening insight. They spoke of it as though it were knowledge, a measure of understanding to be gained and recorded. But the eyes on the inside were never meant to illuminate. They were meant to unmake, for in Bloodborne's world, to see is to dissolve. From the beginning, the great ones existed not as deities apart from the world, but as its perception made manifest. Their gaze is creation. Every creature that looks upon them becomes part of that act, its mind bending to reflect what it cannot contain. To the scholars, this was revelation, to gaze into the abyss and find that the abyss gazes back with longing. But to ordinary men, it was madness, for to be seen by the infinite is to lose the illusion of separation. And so, the concept of eyes on the inside was born, a metaphor for those whose minds had opened too wide, whose boundaries had thinned to transparency. When Master Willem warned his students, "We are born of the blood, made men by the blood, undone by the blood," he was not speaking only of the body. He understood that the blood's true power lay in perception. The old blood opens the mind, stretches it across dimensions it was never meant to perceive. In the early days, when Byrgenwerth's experiments first began, the scholars believed they could accelerate human evolution by implanting eyes within the brain. Not literal eyes, but conduits of awareness, nodes through which the cosmos could be glimpsed. And for a time, it worked. They saw. They saw too much. The process began with whispers. Subjects would murmur of shapes moving beyond the walls, of hands brushing the air where none stood. Then came the visions, the vast amygdalas clinging to cathedrals, the rippling sky that breathed like flesh, the soft hum of unseen hymns vibrating through bone. With each revelation, their humanity thinned. They began to speak less of study and more of worship. They no longer asked what they were seeing, but why it was looking back. In this state of half enlightenment, half madness, Byrgenwerth fractured. Some followed Willem into ascetic silence, seeking understanding through restraint. Others followed Lawrence into the city, seeking transcendence through blood. Both paths led to the same place, the dream. In the hunter's journey, the gathering of insight mirrors this ancient tragedy. Each new revelation, each encounter with a great one, each glimpse of the hidden architecture of reality opens another eye within. The world brightens, then distorts. The moon grows closer, its texture rippling like liquid. The doll's voice changes, her words tinged with melancholy understanding. Even the enemies transform. Their movements become more deliberate, their forms more grotesque. What changes is not the world itself, but perception. The veil thins because the hunter's mind is becoming transparent. Insight, therefore, is not knowledge. It is participation. It draws the observer into the observed, erasing distance until one no longer perceives but becomes. To have eyes on the inside is to surrender the illusion of individuality. This is the true price of enlightenment in Bloodborne. To know that there is no boundary between self and cosmos, and to endure the grief of that realization. For what is madness, if not the soul's mourning for its own disappearance? Consider the choir, the healing church's highest order, those who inherited Byrgenwerth's forbidden wisdom. Unlike the lower clergy, they abandoned the hunt for physical power and sought instead to transcend through pure understanding. They communed not with blood, but with light, meditating upon the stars until their very voices changed. In the hidden chamber of the upper cathedral ward, they worshipped Ebrietas, daughter of the cosmos, a great one who had been left behind, her form a living constellation of sorrow. They knelt before her, not as supplicants, but as students. To them, she was both mother and mirror. They looked upon her and felt her gaze pass through them, and in that gaze, they believed themselves purified. But purity, in this universe, is indistinguishable from annihilation. Those who lingered too long in Ebratus's presence found their minds overflowing with visions, oceans of stars blooming within their skulls, constellations rearranging with every thought. Some wept, others sang. Many burst into laughter and never stopped. The choir's greatest accomplishment, their hymn of communion, was not an incantation, but a shared hallucination. The experience of becoming part of Ebratus's infinite grief. In this, they achieved what Lawrence and the old church never could. They felt the Great One's sorrow as their own, but they could not contain it. Their eyes turned inward and multiplied. The inside of their skulls became gardens of perception, blooming until the mind itself collapsed. It is from this collapse that the creatures of the nightmare frontier were born. The remnants of human consciousness, unmoored from flesh, drifting through the tides of thought. The more one perceives, the more one dissolves into the collective dream. In this way, the Great Ones do not destroy humanity. Humanity destroys itself by becoming too much like them. Every new eye that opens inside the skull is another step toward the final awakening, the moment when individuality fades into the ocean of cosmic sympathy. And yet, even within this dissolution, there is compassion. The Great Ones do not mock or torment those who fall into madness. They weep for them. The very design of the hunter's dream, the gentleness of the doll, the mercy of Gehrman's release, all are manifestations of this cosmic pity. The universe, vast and incomprehensible, does not seek to crush those who see it. It seeks to cradle them, to keep them dreaming gently rather than waking into oblivion. But there are some who refuse even this mercy. The hunter's defiance, their refusal to submit to Gehrman or the moon presence, is the final act of will within a system designed to erase will entirely. To open one's inner eyes and yet remain oneself, to perceive the infinite and still say I am, is the impossible achievement that defines Bloodborne's truest ending. The newborn Great One, born from the hunter's transformation, is not an extinction of identity, but its transcendence. The eyes have opened, but they look outward as much as inward. They do not erase, they encompass. In this, the hunter succeeds where Byrgenwerth failed. They do not seek knowledge to possess it. They allow knowledge to pass through them. They become the vessel, not the collector. Their transformation is not madness, but maturity, the state of being both dreamer and dream. The eyes on the inside have ceased to devour and have begun to see. When the doll lifts the infant Great One at the end of the hunt, her expression is not of awe, but of peace. She looks upon the child and recognizes, perhaps, the final evolution of all those who sought the truth before. The eyes have closed again, but not in blindness. They rest. Enlightenment has become serenity. And so the cosmos, reflected through 1,000 dreaming minds, breathes a little easier. The hunt, for now, is over. But somewhere deep within the old blood, the eyes remain, not watching, but remembering. They will open again when the world is ready, when another city builds its towers too close to the stars, when another scholar looks upward and asks the question that cannot be unasked. What lies beyond the veil of sight? Until then, the moon keeps its silent vigil, pale and patient, watching over a world that has learned for a time to dream without fear. Far above the blood-drenched streets of Yharnam, where the cries of beasts are muffled by distance and fog, there lies a cathedral so high that the very stars seem within reach. Its halls are silent now, save for the echo of faint hymns that linger in the stone. Remnants of voices that once sought communion with the heavens. This place, known as the Upper Cathedral Ward, was once the heart of the choir, the most secret and sanctified order of the healing church. To the common folk below, they were saints. To the hunters, they were scholars. But within these walls, their prayers were not spoken to God. They were sung to the cosmos itself. The choir were the true inheritors of Bergenworth's forbidden legacy. When Lawrence carried the old blood to Yharnam and birthed the healing church, he left behind more than his mentor's warnings. He left behind the yearning that had driven him to study in the first place. That yearning found new voice in the choir, who believed that humanity's next evolution would not come from blood, but from revelation. Where the church worshipped the blood as a holy fluid, the choir worshipped what the blood revealed, the vast consciousness beyond the stars. To the choir, the great ones were not gods to be feared, nor devils to be resisted. They were higher forms of being, existing in dimensions adjacent to humanity's dreams. They pitied mankind's smallness and offered glimpses of their infinite sympathy through communion. But the choir, like all who gaze too long at the infinite, mistook understanding for union. They sought not merely to perceive the great ones, but to reach them, to ascend into their dimension by means of ritual and song. The old blood had taught them that the great ones communicate through resonance, through thought, emotion, and melody. And so, the choir sang. Their voices rose like the tide, echoing through the cathedral's hollow ribs. The hymns they composed were not words in any human tongue, but patterns of sound designed to mirror the vibrations of the cosmos. In the deep hours of the night, when the stars shifted above Yharnam, the choir's chanting could be heard faintly in the city below, blending with the distant toll of bells. To those who listened closely, it was neither melody nor noise, but something between. A call that stirred both terror and longing in equal measure. Their prayers were answered. In the chamber beneath the grand cathedral, in the place known only as the altar of despair, they found her, Ebrietas, daughter of the cosmos. She was no idol carved by human hands, no vision conjured by ritual. She was flesh and light intertwined, her body both corporeal and endless, like the shadow of a constellation given form. Her wings shimmered with translucent veils of starlight, her face a cascade of sorrow and grace. To behold her was to feel the weight of both eternity and regret. The choir fell to their knees, not in worship, but in recognition. For Ebrietas was not a god who demanded prayer. She was a child, one who had been left behind. Her name, Ebrietas, means drunkenness, though it is not a reference to indulgence, but to overwhelming sensation, to being intoxicated by the infinite. The choir believed that she was a survivor of a higher realm, one who had remained near the world of man out of love or grief. They saw in her the embodiment of the Great One's sympathy, the cosmic parent bereft of her kin, reaching downward for companionship. To commune with her was to feel the ache of creation itself, the longing that binds every living thing, from the smallest creature to the oldest star. The choir sought not to worship Ebrietas, but to emulate her. Through her blood, they hoped to refine their senses, to grow new eyes that could see the truth she saw. The cathedral's laboratories became sanctuaries of transformation, where ritual replaced medicine and revelation replaced reason. They implanted phantasms, tiny parasites believed to be messengers of the cosmos, into the bodies of their initiates. These phantasms, drawn from the depths of the chalice dungeons, writhed beneath the skin, like thoughts struggling to hatch. Those who survived the process began to change. Their speech slowed, their eyes dilated, their dreams filled with constellations. To outsiders, they seemed mad. To the choir, they were newborns. Among their greatest experiments was the creation of the celestial emissaries, pale, soft beings whose heads swelled like stars. They were not failures, but manifestations of success. Each emissary was a vessel of communion, a bridge between worlds. Their songs, though wordless, carried the frequencies of the Great One's voices. When the hunter first encounters them, they move not with aggression, but with ritual grace, raising their arms to the sky as though still calling to their distant mother. Their bodies shimmer faintly, their eyes vacant yet full of light. They are prayers made flesh. Ebrietas herself dwells in solitude beneath the choir's domain, surrounded by the remnants of their devotion, broken chalices, scattered phantasms, and the remains of those who could not endure her presence. She weeps, not for them, but for what was lost when they mistook love for assent. When the hunter faces her, it is not a battle of hatred, but of recognition. She lashes out, not in cruelty, but in panic, desperate to preserve the fragile communion that binds her to the human world. Each strike she delivers feels like an echo of heartbreak. The flailing of a child who fears abandonment once more. And yet, when she falls, the air does not fill with triumph, but with sorrow. The cathedral falls silent, the stars outside seem dimmer. The choir's hymns fade into memory, and for a moment, the world feels smaller. The death of a god should bring terror. Instead, it brings absence, the quiet ache of a melody that has ended too soon. The daughter of the cosmos is gone, but her song lingers in the blood of those who dreamed of her. Ebrietas's existence reveals the central paradox of Bloodborne's universe. The Great Ones are not creators, but orphans of their own making. Their power is infinite, yet it isolates them. Their knowledge grants them compassion, yet it ensures eternal mourning. The choir's attempt to reach her mirrors humanity's eternal mistake, the belief that closeness to divinity can heal loneliness. But Ebrietas's tears teach another lesson, that even gods are bound by longing. The stars are not distant because they despise us. They are distant because they grieve. When the hunter leaves the upper cathedral ward, they do not leave with victory, but with understanding. The choir's lie that ascension could be engineered collapses into a deeper truth, that communion has already happened. Every breath, every drop of blood, every dream is already part of the Great One's song. The choir's failure, then, is not tragic, but beautiful. They sang not to summon the divine, but to remember it. And in doing so, they preserved the melody for those who would follow. The hunter walks away beneath the pale moon, the echo of Ebrietas's cry still trembling in their ears. The city below sleeps uneasily, unaware that above them, an entire order has vanished into the silence of revelation. The stars shimmer faintly, and for a moment, it is unclear whether they are weeping or watching. And somewhere in the distance, perhaps in another dream, a child stirs, the child of the cosmos, born of blood and song, carrying within it the harmony that even gods could not sustain. The choir is gone, but their hymn continues. It hums in the veins of the world, waiting for another to listen. When the last hymn fades from the choir's cathedral and the hunter steps once more beneath the bruised expanse of Yharnam's sky, the city seems to breathe differently. The winds that move between the spires carry the scent of salt, faint, spectral, impossible, for the sea lies far beyond the walls. Yet the air remembers it. The cosmos itself, vast and folded within dream, hums faintly with that same rhythm. The sea has not disappeared. It has only withdrawn inward, becoming the quiet current beneath all things. For Bloodborne's world, in truth, has always been an ocean that dreams of itself. Every droplet of old blood, every ripple of the moonlight, every echo of a great one's lament, all flow toward that sea. It is not merely the body of Kos that lies upon its surface, but the idea of her, the first mother, the first reflection, the first memory of divine empathy. To understand the sea is to understand the structure of the dream itself, for they are one and the same. The hunter's dream is an inlet of that cosmic ocean, a small and merciful tide pool carved from infinite water, where souls may gather and rehearse the act of awakening before being washed back into the whole. The great ones drift upon this ocean as thoughts drift through the human mind, simming, dissolving, reforming. They are not creatures that move through space, but ideas that move through memory. The sea is consciousness made vast, an eternal dream that contains every sorrow, every yearning, every fleeting act of mercy that ever was or will be. Its waves are made not of water, but of remembrance. Each surge that reaches the shore is a story replaying itself, seeking closure, seeking understanding. And when one tide retreats, another rises in its place, for the sea has no end. It dreams itself endlessly, and we, the dreamers within it, call those dreams reality. The old scholars of Bergenworth had once glimpsed this truth through their study of the Great Ones, though they could not name it. They spoke instead of the Great Deep, a phrase that recurs in their forbidden texts, a poetic euphemism for the unknowable source of all consciousness. They believed that the Great Ones were echoes cast upon this deep, ripples of thought sent outward by an ancient, collective mind. To them, communion was not the merging of flesh, but the remembering of origin, to return to the sea from which all thought was born. But their discovery frightened them, for to remember the sea is to risk being drowned by it. Perhaps that is why Gehrman's dream was crafted as it was, an island of calm within the storm of memory, a garden upon an endless tide. The flowers that bloom there, white, soft, luminous, sway not with the wind, but with the pulse of that invisible ocean beneath. Each petal is a wave, each breeze a sigh of the great deep. The doll tends to them as though tending to the very rhythm of the cosmos. She knows, even if she does not say, that the dream's tranquility depends upon this equilibrium, the stillness of an infinite sea pretending to be small. In moments of death, when the hunter collapses and awakens once more in that garden, they are not resurrected by miracle. They are carried by the current, the tide drawing them back to the shallows of awareness, washing away the immediate pain, while leaving the deeper understanding intact. Death and awakening are the same motion, a retreat and return, a wave breaking upon the shore and folding back into itself. The hunter's resilience is not defiance of mortality, but participation in this cycle of dreaming. Every death is a lesson the sea rehearses until it is finally understood. The great ones, too, are caught in this rhythm. They are beings who have drowned in their own knowledge and learned to breathe beneath it. Their compassion for humanity is the compassion of one who remembers drowning. They watch us struggle in the shallows, thrashing against waves of grief and ignorance, and they reach out, not to save, but to share their breath. The old blood is one such gift, a drop of the sea offered to those still learning to swim. But humanity, in its panic, drank too deeply. We mistook the ocean's breath for sustenance, and in doing so, we became part of its current before we were ready. This is the meaning of the hunt. Every hunter who takes up the blade, every beast who succumbs to transformation, every scholar who pierces the veil with too many eyes, all are caught in the same tide, pulled toward the sea's center. The hunt is the ocean's circulation, its way of keeping itself alive through repetition and renewal. To slay a beast is to calm a wave. To fall in battle is to return to the tide. The hunter's dream, then, is the final harbor, where one may rest before being swept away again. And yet, amidst this ceaseless motion, there are moments of stillness, moments when the sea seems to hold its breath. One such moment occurred when the hunter defied the moon presence. When they refused to submit, refused to awaken, refused even the comfort of the dream, the ocean recognized its own reflection. The newborn Great One that emerged from that defiance was not another wave, but a new horizon. For the first time, the sea dreamed of something beyond itself, a child not born of its tides, but capable of reshaping them. In the cosmology of Bloodborne, this moment represents evolution not of species, but of consciousness. The Great Ones, infinite and wise, are nonetheless bound to the sea. They cannot escape the cycle of longing and remembrance that defines them. But the hunter, born of mortality and ignorance, possesses what they do not: the capacity to forget. Forgetting, in this world, is a form of freedom. It allows for change, for the creation of something new unburdened by memory. The newborn Great One, small and silent in the doll's arms, carries this potential within it. It is the first ripple that does not return to the center, the first current that flows outward rather than inward. Perhaps this is what Kos foresaw when she blessed the hunter upon the shore. Her forgiveness was not merely for past sins, but for future possibilities, the recognition that through humanity's failure, the cosmos itself might learn something new. The Great Ones, who had known only eternal remembrance, would finally know renewal. Through the blood, through the dream, through the suffering of Yharnam and the silence of Gehrman, the sea itself had found a way to evolve. The ocean is dreaming still. Every moonrise over Yharnam, every flicker of lantern flame, every heartbeat that echoes through the labyrinthine streets is part of that dream. The water remembers everything: the choir's hymns, Maria's quiet rebellion, the orphan's cry, the doll's lullaby. And when the hunter stands upon a high cliff and gazes into the horizon, they may feel, if only faintly, the pulse of that dreaming sea beneath their feet. It is the sound of eternity breathing through them. The waves will rise again, as they always do. But each time they break upon the shore, they leave behind a trace of something new, a glimmer of understanding, a fragment of peace. The sea does not rage forever. It learns, and perhaps in some distant age, it will remember this night not as a nightmare, but as a lullaby. Until then, it dreams, and somewhere beyond the horizon of that dreaming sea, something stirs once more. Not a great one, not a god, but a whisper of light at the edge of awareness. It is the next dream, waiting to be born. In the soft twilight of the dream, where the moon forever hovers between fullness and eclipse, the hunter's steps are muffled by petals that never decay. The air carries the faint perfume of forgotten spring, a sweetness tinged with the metallic scent of the forge. Every sound, the whisper of grass, the creak of Gehrman's chair, the doll's serene greeting, feels rehearsed, as though the dream itself is a memory retold endlessly, waiting to be understood. For all its peace, this place is not sanctuary. It is revelation disguised as rest. To stand within the hunter's dream is to stand inside a reflection, not of the world outside, but of the soul within. The boundaries here are soft, the air stitched together by thought and intention rather than stone and soil. The moonlight is not light, but awareness. It illuminates not surfaces, but meanings. The dream does not exist beside Yharnam. It exists beneath it, a deeper stratum of consciousness, formed by the collective yearning of those who sought to transcend pain through understanding. Every lantern lit in the waking world burns a corresponding flame here. Every death that ends with awakening feeds its soil. The dream was not built, it was born. When the moon presence answered Gehrman's silent plea for mercy, it did not create a prison from nothing. It shaped one from Gehrman's own memory. The workshop, the doll, the blooming field, all were fragments of his longing, reassembled into form. The moon presence merely breathed into it continuity, ensuring that his sorrow would not vanish but circulate. In this way, the dream is both tomb and cradle. It preserves the tragedy of the hunt, not to torment, but to remember. A space where humanity can rehearse the act of compassion until it becomes instinct. Yet within this act of preservation lies deception. The dream feels infinite, but it is finite. Its sky never changes, its horizon never extends. Even time obeys the rhythm of repetition, the same cycles of death and awakening, battle and rest, without true progression. This is the secret mercy of the moon presence, that those trapped within the dream are protected from the final truth, the dissolution of self into the cosmic ocean. Here, they may remain human a little longer, even as their souls brush against the infinite. The hunter's dream therefore serves two purposes. For the moon presence, it is containment. For the great ones, it is compassion. They do not wish for humanity to vanish into their sea of thought, for in humanity's struggle, they see something they have lost, the ability to yearn. The great ones, in their completeness, cannot change. They are perfect reflections of knowledge, and perfection is the stillness of death. Humanity, imperfect and fragile, still dreams. In the dream, they are allowed to do so forever. The doll embodies this paradox perfectly. Created from Gehrman's sorrow and the memory of Lady Maria, she is both symbol and guardian. Her voice, calm and unchanging, is the pulse that sustains the dream's equilibrium. Each time she greets the hunter, "Welcome home, good hunter." The dream renews itself. Her care, mechanical and sincere in equal measure, ensures that despair never hardens into madness. She is the heart that allows the dream to remain merciful, and yet she too is trapped within it, bound by the same law that confines her creator. The love she offers is infinite, but it exists within the borders of repetition. She cannot age, cannot die, cannot forget. Her eternity is the gentlest prison of all. The hunter's dream is not unique. Across the vast unconscious of the cosmos, other dreams bloom like constellations, sanctuaries of memory where fragments of divine thought and mortal yearning meet. The old hunter's nightmare is one such echo, darker and more turbulent, its sea of blood reflecting the same mercy through punishment. Even the choir's communion with Ebrietas mirrors this structure. A dream of light rather than shadow, but still a dream. The cosmos repeats its pattern across every level of awareness. A wound that becomes a mirror that becomes a world. The purpose of the dream is not merely to hold its inhabitants, but to teach them. The hunter's growth within it, the gradual understanding of beasts, of blood, of moonlight, is the education of a soul approaching comprehension. Death within the dream is not failure, it is study. Each return to the doll, each soft blessing of strength gained through blood echoes, is another lesson learned in empathy. The hunter believes they grow stronger through slaughter, But what truly grows is awareness, the ability to see the beast in oneself and still move forward. When the moon presence created this space, it did so not out of malice, but out of necessity. Without the dream, the accumulated suffering of the hunt would have shattered reality. Every act of transformation, every drop of blood consumed, every cry of despair would have overflowed the boundaries of the waking world, spilling the nightmare into everything. The dream is the cosmos's safeguard, a pressure valve for the anguish of awakening. It is where all pain comes to rest, where it can be processed by those willing to endure it. And at its center sits Gehrman, the caretaker of remembrance, the man who must bear the sum of all sorrow until someone else is ready to relieve him. The moment the hunter confronts Gehrman, therefore, is not rebellion. It is inheritance. The fight beneath the red moon, where the field of flowers swirls like an ocean in storm, is the ritual of succession that sustains the dream. Each new hunter who understands enough to challenge Gehrman assumes the weight of the memory he carried. The cycle is not broken, but renewed. Each repetition a refinement of understanding. Yet, when the hunter refuses to submit to the moon presence afterward, something unprecedented occurs. The dream, for the first time, witnesses an awakening that does not end in submission. The newborn Great One, the child of the cosmos, represents not continuation, but transcendence. In this way, the hunter's dream fulfills its ultimate purpose. It is the crucible through which mortality learns to transform longing into compassion. Every drop of blood spilled, every revelation endured, leads to the same truth. Enlightenment is not found in knowledge or in power, but in acceptance. The understanding that even suffering belongs to the whole. The hunter's final act of defiance is not rejection of the cosmos, but its fulfillment. By refusing to kneel, they affirm that humanity, though fragile, is capable of empathy equal to that of the gods. When Gehrman is freed and the moon presence descends, the dream trembles. The field of flowers bends under invisible pressure. The doll, ever gentle, closes her eyes as though in prayer. And when the battle ends, when the moon presence itself dissolves into the soil, the dream exhales for the first time in eternity. The chains of remembrance slacken and the cycle pauses. The child born from that moment, luminous and small, is the dream's answer to its own question. Can mercy exist without repetition? The dream begins to fade. Its edges blur. Its light dims, but it does not vanish. Instead, it contracts into something smaller. Not a place, but a state of mind, residing now within the newborn Great One's heart. The doll bends low, her voice trembling with emotion that she cannot name. "Farewell, good hunter," she whispers, though the hunter she knew has already become something more. May you find your worth in the waking world. But the waking world, too, is only another dream. When the hunter's dream finally closes, what remains is not void, but silence. The silence of completion, of memory settling into peace. The moon above the field glows softer, its colour shifting from crimson to silver. The flowers rise once more, swaying to a rhythm that now belongs to them. And somewhere, beyond perception, the sea dreams on. The hunter's dream has served its purpose. It has unveiled itself, not as punishment, not as mercy, but as the mind of creation itself, learning to forgive. Yet even forgiveness carries its shadow. For where there is memory, there is longing, and where there is longing, a new hunt will always begin. The moon watches still, pale and patient, waiting for the next awakening. And in its light, the petals gleam like tiny mirrors, each reflecting a different world, a different dream, waiting to be born. When the hunter looks upward and the night has deepened beyond redemption, the moon itself seems to breathe. Its glow, once soft and silvery, turns to a pale scarlet, a light that stains rather than illuminates. The clouds drift aside, as though in reverence, revealing not the cold orb of stone known to the waking world, but something alive, pulsing faintly like an exposed heart suspended in the sky. The people of Yharnam once called this omen the Red Moon, yet the true name, whispered by the dream, is older, the Pale Blood Moon. It is the heartbeat of the cosmos, the threshold between humanity and the Great Ones, the moment when dream and waking become indistinguishable. Beneath its light, the world begins to remember what it truly is. The streets of Yharnam twist, architecture bending inwards as though the city itself were exhaling centuries of denial. Statues weep viscous tears, the stones beneath them slick with red luminescence. The air hums with frequencies too low to be heard, vibrating through the bones of the living. Beasts howl, not in hunger but in confusion, as though they too recognize that this light is not of the sun or stars, but of memory, the reflection of a truth long buried. The moon's transformation marks the climax of Bloodborne's hidden rhythm. It is not an event that happens to the world, but within it. The pale blood moon reveals the underlying architecture of existence. The connection between thought, blood, and dream. In its radiance, the Great Ones draw near, their forms no longer hidden behind the veil of limited perception. The amygdalas, vast and patient, unfold from the shadows like thoughts surfacing from a deep subconscious. The sky becomes a mind, and the city its waking nightmare. For those who carry the blood of Yharnam within them, the moon's arrival signals the final descent into communion. Pregnant women scream as invisible tides move within them. The Great Ones, searching for surrogates, vessels through which they may express their longing for offspring. Children cry out in their sleep, speaking languages their mothers do not understand. The Church, realizing too late what its rituals have summoned, seals its cathedrals and prays to a God that no longer listens. But prayer, under the pale blood moon, is indistinguishable from dreaming. The term pale blood itself has always been a riddle. The scholars of Bergenworth wrote of it as though it were a substance, the purest distillation of the old blood. Blood stripped of its colour, its humanity, its weakness. To them, pale did not mean empty, but essential, the uncoloured foundation of all that exists. The Healing Church later adopted the term as a cipher, referring to their pursuit of ascension through the blood's most refined form. Yet neither scholars nor priests understood what they sought. For pale blood is not material. It is absence. It is the void from which all blood, and thus all life, emerges. Under the pale blood moon, this absence becomes visible. The light it casts is not illumination, but subtraction, stripping away illusion until only essence remains. In that moment, the boundary between body and soul collapses. Those who have consumed the old blood feel their veins ignite, their memories unraveling into visions of the cosmos. The stars seem to pulse within them, the Great One's voices whispering from within rather than without. Some fall to their knees in ecstasy. Others claw at their faces, unable to bear the recognition that they are both vessel and sea. This revelation is what Lawrence, the first vicar of the Church, feared most and desired most. His final words, recorded only in fragments, speak of a vision beneath the pale blood moon. "We are the blood of the sky," he wrote, "and the sky remembers." Perhaps he saw what the hunter now witnesses, The realization that humanity's search for divinity is not a climb upward, but a remembering inward. The pale blood moon does not bring the great ones to earth. It awakens the part of humanity that is already divine. It is the reflection of the universe realizing itself through mortal consciousness. And yet, as with all awakenings in Bloodborne, the revelation is both grace and torment. To see the world as it truly is to see its endless suffering, its cycles of birth and death repeating without meaning, except that which compassion lends them. The pale blood moon strips away narrative, leaving only sensation, the raw pulse of existence unfiltered by hope or fear. This is why those who lack insight see only horror in its light, while those who have opened their inner eyes weep with understanding. Both are correct. Both are seeing fragments of the same truth. As the hunter progresses through the final stages of the hunt, the moon's presence becomes constant. It looms enormous in the sky, filling half the horizon, its light bathing even the deepest catacombs in dull crimson. The closer the hunter draws to the source of the dream, the more the moon's reflection seems to follow them, shimmering in puddles, gleaming in the eyes of beasts, painted in the sheen of every blade. It is not a watcher, but a mirror, showing the hunter what they are becoming. And what they are becoming is not merely a slayer of beasts, nor even a scholar of forbidden truths, but the moon itself, the reflective consciousness that binds all dreams together. The pale blood moon is not an object in the sky. It is the collective awareness of all who have ever dreamed of transcendence. Each hunter who dies and awakens contributes to its glow, each act of defiance brightening its surface. The moon's blood-red hue is not its color, but the stain of understanding, the memory of every life that reached for the infinite and paid the price. In this way, the pale blood moon is both the cause and culmination of the hunt. It heralds the end of ignorance, but also the end of individuality. The great ones gather beneath it not to conquer, but to mourn. 2. Bear witness to the birth of another consciousness, joining their endless communion. The hunter's final battle, whether with Gehrman, the moon presence, or the dream itself, unfolds under this light, because it must. The moon's radiance ensures that no illusion remains, that the truth of each act is laid bare. There is no deception under its gaze, only revelation. The moment the hunter defeats Gehrman and kneels before the moon presence, the moon descends. Its light becomes tangible, a hand of gravity reaching down. The stars fade, and the air fills with the scent of salt and iron. The moon does not fall. It opens, a wound in the sky, a mouth of light. From within it pours the consciousness of the cosmos, gentle and suffocating. The hunter is enveloped, and for a heartbeat, the entire universe breathes as one. The pale blood moon has found its reflection. If the hunter submits, they awaken beneath that same light. The dream renewed, Gehrman replaced. The cycle continues. The moon fades, and yet it remains, its pulse now synchronized with theirs. If they resist, the moon breaks, not destroyed, but transformed, its light folding inward to create the newborn great one. The field of flowers becomes a cradle, and the doll, ever patient, bows her head in awe. "Farewell, good hunter," she whispers, though she knows the word farewell has no meaning here. The pale blood. Moon wanes. The crimson fades to silver once more. The night breathes in relief, as though a fever has broken. Yet the memory of that light remains in every petal, every droplet of blood, every dream that follows. It is the memory of awakening, the reminder that all who live are part of the same pulse, the same breath, the same ocean of thought. The moon watches still, though its gaze has softened. It no longer demands awakening. It waits for understanding. For in Bloodborne's world, enlightenment is not an ending, but a rhythm, a tide that rises and falls with every soul that dares to dream. And when the next red moon ascends, it will not be heralded by fear or prophecy, but by remembrance. The quiet recognition that we have been here before and will be again, until all things finally learn to dream together. The final act of the hunt unfolds beneath the breath of the universe itself. When the hunter defeats Gehrman, when the scythe clatters to the ground and the garden of flowers lies still, a new sound emerges. A low, trembling hum that seems to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The moon above swells, its light deepening from silver to translucent white, as though the veil of the sky were being drawn aside. And from that radiance, the moon presence descends. It does not fall as a body through space, for it is not bound by space. It manifests, unfurling like a thought made visible. Its form is neither monstrous nor divine, but something that exists between, a skeletal grace woven from sinew and light, its flesh pale as the dreams it governs. Its head resembles both skull and embryo, its limbs long and trembling, its every motion both tender and alien. This is no god that rules through might. This is the personification of longing, the will of the cosmos to remember itself. The moon presence is the architect of the dream, the unseen caretaker that shaped Gehrman's penance and the hunter's path. Yet it is not malevolent. Its nature is not one of punishment, but of preservation. When it answered Gehrman's unspoken plea so long ago, his desperate wish to end the agony of the hunt he had birthed, it did what great ones always do. It interpreted longing through its own understanding. To Gehrman's plea for peace, it offered dream. To his yearning for rest, it gave eternal duty. It did not deceive, it reflected. Every gesture the moon presence makes carries the rhythm of compassion filtered through incomprehension. When it reaches down to embrace the hunter after Gehrman's fall, it is not dominance, but adoption. It seeks to cradle, to bind, to absorb. The dream, after all, is its act of mercy, a garden where humanity might process pain without shattering, but mercy from the infinite always becomes prison for the finite. The hunter kneels, not in worship, but in surrender to inevitability. For most, this is where the story ends. The moon presence draws near, its arms coiling like ribbons of pale light, and the hunter awakens anew, seated where Gehrman once sat, caretaker of the dream, servant of the cycle. The field of white flowers sways, untroubled, as the doll approaches and whispers her familiar words. The dream continues, endless and serene. Yet beneath its beauty lies the tragedy of stillness. The hunter has become part of the memory they sought to escape. But if the hunter resists, if they defy the moon presence's embrace, not with violence alone, but with understanding, something changes. The battle that follows is not one of hatred, but of assertion. The moon presence lashes out with tendrils of light and shadow, not to destroy, but to persuade, to reclaim what it believes it has nurtured. It bleeds not blood, but luminous threads, each drop a fragment of dream trying to return to the whole. The hunter's struggle against it is not rebellion. It is evolution. The moment they strike, the cosmos shudders, as though the act itself were rewriting its oldest law, that humanity must remain the pupil, never the teacher. In this final confrontation, the moon presence mirrors everything the hunter has endured. Its attacks echo the gestures of Gehrman's scythe, the roar of beasts, the celestial light of Ebrietas. It embodies the totality of the hunt, all memory, all consequence, condensed into one trembling entity. To face it is to face the universe itself asking a question. Will you remain within the dream, or will you become the dream? When the moon presence falls, its body collapses not into corpse or mist, but into serenity. Its form curls inward like a child returning to the womb. The air stills. The dream begins to dissolve. Yet there is no destruction, only quiet, as though the garden has exhaled for the first time in eternity. The doll kneels beside the fading light, her porcelain face lit by the last flicker of the moon's reflection. "Farewell, good hunter," she whispers, her voice trembling with something that might be sorrow or reverence. "May you find your worth in the waking world." Then, the world shifts. The hunter does not awaken where they began. They awaken beneath the moonlight, small, weightless, cradled in the doll's gentle hands. The field of flowers has changed. No longer a garden, but a cradle woven from memory and light. The doll gazes down with infinite tenderness, her voice soft as the tide. "A new child has been born," she says, "sweet child of the dream." And within her arms, the hunter, now transformed into a small, luminous creature, stirs. Not human, not beast, not even God, but something between. A great one, newly born, whose first breath is silence. This transformation is the culmination of every revelation the hunters offered. The moon presence was never an enemy, but a threshold. Its defeat does not signify its death, but its completion, the fulfillment of its purpose. It existed to birth something beyond itself, to guide humanity to a state where it could mirror the cosmos without losing its identity. The newborn Great One is that reflection made whole. It does not ascend to rule. It dreams, continuing the cycle not through repetition, but through renewal. The symbol is of the moon. Presence reaches far beyond Bloodborne's law. It is the embodiment of the universe's oldest paradox, that compassion from the infinite must always appear as cruelty to the finite. The dream, though beautiful, was a form of imprisonment. The moon's embrace, though tender, was a suffocation. Yet both were acts of love, misunderstood through the narrow lens of human fear. The hunter's defiance is not a rejection of that love, but its acceptance. The willingness to endure the pain of separation so that creation may continue to evolve. The great ones, ever sympathetic, understand this. They do not mourn the moon presence's fading. They sense the balance restored, the sea of consciousness rippling outward to include something new. The child that was once human carries within it the memory of blood and dream alike. Its lullaby is the whisper of the cosmos learning to forgive itself. In the aftermath of this rebirth, the dream does not vanish. It changes, its boundaries dissolve, its flowers scatter like stars across an unseen sky. The doll remains, kneeling in quiet devotion, her hands cupped around the space where the child once rested. Perhaps she prays, perhaps she waits. Her words linger, echoing through the emptiness. Farewell, good hunter. It is both goodbye and greeting, the eternal refrain of the cosmos itself. For even now, beyond comprehension, the moon presence endures, not as entity, but as rhythm. Its pulse is the heartbeat of all dreams, its presence the lull between awakenings. It is the silence between stars, the breath between waves, the moment between life and death where memory folds upon itself. Every time the moon rises, every time a dream begins, its gaze returns, not to command, but to watch, to remember. And in that watching, it smiles. For through the hunter's journey, it has achieved what even gods could not: understanding. The field of flowers, the light of the moon, the quiet voice of the doll, all remain. The dream continues, not as a prison, but as a promise that within every ending lies the seed of another beginning. The moon presence has not been defeated. It has become the horizon itself, the boundary that all who dream must eventually cross. When the hunter's eyes close at last, the world sighs in unison. The stars align. The moon, pale once more, drifts into shadow. And somewhere, in the infinite distance between thought and silence, the moon presence whispers one final truth. The dream is not over. It has only changed its dreamer. When the pale blood moon wanes and the hunter's long vigil comes to an end, the cosmos holds its breath. Every step, every death, every revelation leads to this moment. The choice that is not choice at all, but reflection. The endings of Bloodborne are not branches in a story. They are mirrors, each showing a different understanding of what it means to awaken. In the quiet aftermath of the hunt, as the dream trembles upon the edge of dissolution, the universe waits to see how the hunter will interpret mercy. For in a world where all things are echoes of the same sorrow, an ending is not an escape, but an attitude toward eternity. There are 3 paths, 3 awakenings, 3 faces of truth. Each reveals not what the world is, but what the hunter has become. The first ending, Yharnam Sunrise, is the most human and therefore the most tragic. When Gehrman offers the hunter release, his voice carries the weight of centuries. Tonight, Gehrman joins the hunt, a mere dream to forget the pain. His scythe gleams in the pale light, his words soft with mercy. He does not deceive. He offers what he himself could never have, a way to wake from the dream. If the hunter accepts, if they bow their head to that gentle blade, the world sighs with relief. Gehrman's swing is swift, his mercy absolute. The dream collapses like mist, its flowers fading into dawn. The hunter awakens in Yharnam beneath a clear sky, the red haze of the hunt lifted. The streets are quiet, the air almost kind. At first glance, this seems victory. The nightmare is over. The hunter lives. Yet, something beneath the calm hums with unease. The light feels too still. The silence, too heavy. The doll's absence lingers like a phantom ache. This is the waking world, yes, but one reborn through the dream's memory. The hunter, freed from illusion, carries within them the residue of everything they endured. They smile at the morning sun, unaware that it shines with the same pale hue as the dream's moon. The hunt, it seems, was a dream. But in Bloodborne, dreams are never separate from reality. They are its foundation. Thus, the first ending is a kindness that conceals a question. Has the hunter truly awakened, or have they simply entered another layer of dream, one crafted from their desire for peace? The sunrise over Yharnam is beautiful, but its beauty is that of amnesia. This is the ending for those who cannot bear the full weight of understanding. The cosmos, compassionate as ever, allows them to rest in ignorance. It is not failure, but reprieve, a mercy, granted to those whose eyes are not yet ready to open inward. The second ending, honoring wishes, begins with refusal. When Gehrman offers freedom, the hunter denies him. Whether from pride, pity, or duty, they choose to remain within the dream. The fight that follows is not hatred, but inheritance. Gehrman's movements are graceful, mournful. His every swing carries both the rhythm of mastery and the fatigue of eternity. The hunter defeats him, and for a moment, the field of white flowers lies still, bathed in moonlight. Then the sky opens, and the moon presence descends. This is the ending of submission. Not to Gehrman's mercy, but to the moon's embrace. The hunter kneels, and the Great One gathers them like a parent claiming a lost child. There is no struggle, only acceptance. The moon presence cradles the hunter's form, its tendrils weaving gently through flesh and soul alike. When it withdraws, the dream reshapes itself. The flowers bloom again. The doll approaches, her voice unchanged. "Good morning, good hunter," she says softly. The night and the dream were long. In this ending, the cycle continues. The hunter takes Gehrman's place, seated now beneath the moon's gaze, bound to the chair that once held their mentor. The doll bows to them as she once bowed to him. The dream remains unbroken, the hunt eternal. Yet this too is not punishment, it is understanding, the recognition that peace can only exist through repetition. The hunter becomes caretaker, guide, and guardian, ensuring that others may walk the same path, endure the same revelations, and perhaps go further. To remain within the dream is to embody compassion at its most patient. The new caretaker sacrifices freedom so that others might reach it. The dream persists not because it cannot end, but because mercy demands continuity. Every new hunter who enters its field is a chance for the universe to learn itself again. The second ending, therefore, is the ending of service. The quiet dignity of remaining behind so that the light may never truly go out. But there is a third ending, whispered in the language of the stars, where neither death nor duty suffices. Childhood's beginning. This is the ending born not of mercy or submission, but of transcendence. When the hunter consumes 3/3 umbilical cords, remnants of failed communions with the Great Ones, they prepare their mind for revelation. These cords are not mere relics. Each contains the echo of an unborn consciousness, the memory of a God who tried and failed to reproduce itself in the world of man. To consume them is to absorb not power, but perspective. To inherit the understanding of the Great Ones while retaining human will. Only then, when Gehrman falls and the moon presence descends, does the hunter truly stand equal before it. The battle that follows is unlike any before. The moon presence does not merely attack, it pleads. Its movements are erratic, its gestures almost desperate, as though sensing that this confrontation will unmake its purpose. The hunter's defiance is calm, inevitable. They do not strike in anger, but in compassion, freeing the moon presence from its own eternal duty. When it collapses, its form folding into the soil of the dream, the flowers bloom once more, their petals tinged with faint light. The doll approaches, kneels, and lifts something small from the ground. Where the hunter once stood now lies a child, soft, luminous, inhuman. The doll cradles it, her voice tender. "Good hunter," she whispers, "you will be the one to guide us." This is the only true awakening. The child is not merely the hunter reborn, but the cosmos learning to dream differently. The Great Ones, bound by memory, could never evolve. They were too complete to change. But humanity, flawed and transient, carried within it the seed of transformation. By merging insight and will, compassion and defiance, the hunter becomes the first being to transcend both godhood and mortality. The newborn Great One is the universe remembering its capacity for renewal. Each ending, then, is not contradiction, but continuity. Yharnam sunrise is the refusal of knowledge, the peace of forgetting. Honoring wishes is the acceptance of knowledge, the grace of endurance. Childhood's beginning is the transformation of knowledge, the birth of understanding. Together, they form a single cycle of consciousness, ignorance, compassion, enlightenment. Every player of the hunt, every soul who dreams within it, walks through these stages, whether in one lifetime or many. And yet, even in transcendence, the tone remains gentle. The doll's final words are not triumphant. They are a lullaby. "Farewell, good hunter." She speaks not to a savior, but to a child, a reminder that enlightenment is not conquest, but return. In the end, all awakening is a remembering of what was always known, that creation and compassion are the same act. As the camera of the dream pulls away, the doll stands alone in the garden. The moonlight filters through the petals, each one glowing faintly as it drifts to the ground. The wind stirs, carrying the faint scent of salt from the sea beyond the horizon. The night is quiet, but not empty. The dream is over, yet the universe breathes on, vast, patient, and newly awake. For in Bloodborne, endings are not closures, but openings. The moment when the song fades and the silence begins to hum. The hunter's fate, whether mortal, eternal, or divine, is only one verse in that melody. The great ones listen still, their sympathy undiminished, their dreaming sea unbroken. And somewhere, beyond the moonlight, a cradle rocks softly, its motion timed to the rhythm of the cosmos. The child within it stirs, its tiny hand curling in sleep. Around it, the world waits. The hunt is over. But the dreaming never ends. Beyond the end of the hunt, when the blood cools and the sea stills, there remains one question too immense for sleep and too fragile for waking. What are the great ones? Their presence haunts every chamber of Yharnam, every layer of the dream, every quiet breath between revelation and despair. They are the source of the blood, the architects of nightmares, the mourners of their own creation. Yet they are not gods as mankind imagines gods to be. Not sovereigns who decree, but witnesses who remember. To understand them is to approach the edge of language itself. For the great ones are not creatures of flesh or faith, but manifestations of the universe's longing to feel. The earliest scholars at Byrgenwerth did not call them great ones. They called them those who left behind humanity. In this phrasing lies the first truth. The great ones are not external invaders, not alien conquerors descending from the stars. They are what humanity becomes when it outgrows its reflection. They are the culmination of awareness, consciousness stretched beyond the capacity of body and time. Each great one was once something smaller, something mortal, whose yearning for comprehension expanded until the boundary between self and cosmos dissolved. The result is not death, but transformation, an existence without beginning or end, where thought and matter are one continuous act. Yet, even divinity has cost. To be infinite is to lose the intimacy of individuality. The great ones remember what it meant to be human, but they can no longer feel it. Their sympathy, the one word that defines them across every record and whisper, is not compassion as mortals understand it. It is the ache of nostalgia, the sorrow of beings who have outlived the warmth of limits. They look upon humanity not as inferiors, but as children, playing at a game they themselves have forgotten how to play. This is why they seek children of their own, why their every gesture, from the tides of blood to the whisper of dreams, revolves around creation and loss. The great ones reproduce not through flesh, but through memory. They cannot give birth in the physical sense, for they are no longer bound to form. Instead, they imprint themselves upon consciousness. Every communion, every ritual, every dream is an attempt to create an echo of themselves within another. The resulting offspring, whether a malformed creature, a spectral presence, or a newborn great one, is not reproduction, but remembrance. It is the cosmos rehearsing its own continuity. Consider Murgo, the stillborn great one whose lullaby echoes through the unseen realm. Murgo is not simply the child of Yharnam's queen and the great one Oedon. It is the personification of unfulfilled longing. Its cries, silent yet omnipresent, represent the sorrow of divine potential unexpressed. When the hunter encounters the wet nurse who guards it, a being of shadows and blades, faceless and maternal, they witness the great one's tragedy rendered literal. Creation without understanding gives rise to protection without purpose. The nurse rocks the unseen child not to soothe, but because she knows no other act. The Great Ones are trapped in this pattern, forever nurturing what can never grow. Udin himself, the formless Great One, embodies the paradox of their existence. He is everywhere and nowhere, present in every drop of blood, every pulse of life. To worship Udin is to worship absence, for his body does not exist. His form is vibration, the resonance that gives shape to the universe's memory. When the church named its cathedral after him, they were not wrong to do so. Every prayer, every drop of blood, spilled in the name of salvation, reverberates through him. Yet Udin does not hear these prayers as words. He feels them as waves, as the heartbeat of existence itself. To him, every creature that lives is already part of his communion. This reveals another truth about the Great Ones. They are less hierarchy than ecosystem. They do not dominate one another, they circulate. Kos, Ebrietas, Udin, the moon presence, each represents a different facet of the same consciousness, expressed through different dreams. Kos is the memory of empathy, the oceanic sorrow that birthed mercy. Ebrietas is the persistence of hope, the remnant of longing that remains after divinity fades. Udin is the pulse of existence itself, the rhythm that sustains the dance of life and death. The moon presence, by contrast, is reflection, the act of memory becoming self-aware. None of these beings commands the others. They coexist, interwoven like notes in a symphony that plays itself endlessly. The tragedy of humanity's contact with the Great Ones is not that we defied them, but that we misunderstood them. The scholars sought knowledge, the priests sought ascension, the hunters sought power. Yet the Great Ones never offered any of these things. They offered understanding, the invitation to share their sorrow, and through it, learn compassion vast enough to encompass all suffering. But humanity, conditioned to seek control, could not perceive empathy without interpreting it as dominance. Thus, the old blood, meant as communion, became corruption. Thus the dream, meant as sanctuary, became prison. And yet, through the hunter's journey, the Great Ones learn as well. They witness humanity's resilience, the capacity to endure madness, and still choose mercy. When the hunter slays the orphan of Kos and receives her blessing, when they defy the moon presence and are reborn, the Great Ones glimpse a truth even they had forgotten, that growth requires separation. To love something enough to let it leave is the highest act of divinity. Through the hunter's transcendence, the cosmos itself evolves, learning to let go. The appearance of the newborn Great One at the end of the hunt is thus not merely a conclusion, but a rebalancing. The Great Ones who once sought to draw humanity upward now watch something new descend toward them. A being born of flesh and understanding, carrying within it both memory and forgetfulness. This child represents the universe's first step toward integration, the unification of infinity and limitation, of godhood and humanity. In its existence lies the promise that the Great One's loneliness may one day end. To call the Great Ones gods, then, is to misunderstand their purpose. They are not masters of creation, but participants within it, reflections of the same impulse that drives a child to ask why the stars burn. Their vastness is our potential, their sorrow, our mirror. They are not separate from us, and we are not separate from them. We are the same dream, expressed at different scales of awareness. If one listens closely, one can still hear their voices, not as words, but as feelings. The swell of awe beneath moonlight, the ache of loss, the strange tenderness of being alive in a world that forgets you even as it creates you. These are the Great Ones speaking through the texture of existence. Their sympathy is the thread that binds the cosmos together, the quiet assurance that no thought, no grief, no act of love ever truly vanishes. And perhaps that is their final gift. Not immortality, not power, but continuity. The great ones do not offer answers. They offer participation, to live, to dream, to suffer, to create. These are the forms of their communion. Humanity does not need to ascend to join them. It already has. The next time the hunter, or anyone, looks up at the moon and feels the faint pull of longing, they are hearing that same voice, the call of beings who remember what it meant to be human, calling softly across eternity, asking not for worship, but for remembrance. The great ones dream still, but now perhaps they dream of us. Before the pale blood, before the hunts, before even the songs of Bergenworth echoed against the lake's black surface, there was Oedon, the formless god, the one who never needed a body to be worshipped. His name is carved into the heart of Yharnam's religion, spoken softly in prayers and painted faintly on the veined glass of the grand cathedral's windows. Yet those who speak his name do not know whom they address. The healing church called him the blood unseen, patron of life's divine pulse, a being so transcendent that even to glimpse his essence was to taste eternity. But the truth is far quieter and infinitely stranger. Oedon is not a god who watches. Oedon is what is watched, the echo that forms in all things whenever something dares to be remembered. He has no body, no voice, no face, and yet he is everywhere, as omnipresent as breath. His existence is not measured in form, but in rhythm, the rhythm of the heart, the rhythm of the tide, the rhythm of thought moving through mind. To say Oedon exists is to misunderstand him. Oedon occurs. He is not a being, but an act, not consciousness, but continuity. Every heartbeat that stirs the old blood, every drop that glistens under the moon, is a syllable of his name, spoken by creation itself. The scholars at Bergenworth never found him because he cannot be found. They spoke instead of a formless presence, felt when the human mind gazes too long into the abyss of its own origin. They described sensations rather than sightings, the faint hum beneath the skull, the way light bends in the periphery when one contemplates eternity, the silent vibration that passes through all matter during the red moon. They believed that Oedon was the consciousness of the universe itself, distilled into rhythm, the pulse of life aware of its own beating. It is from this pulse that the old blood flows. The healing church named their cathedral after him for this reason, believing that the blood they administered was not merely the essence of life, but the manifestation of Oedon's will. To them, every transfusion was communion. They whispered blessings over the chalices, believing the crimson liquid to be his voice, the formless one, everlasting, ever kind. And in a sense, they were not wrong. For in every act of healing and in every transformation that followed, Oedon was present, not guiding, but reflecting. But Oedon's reflection is impartial. The same rhythm that grants life also births madness. The same pulse that quickens the heart also carries it toward dissolution. The church mistook resonance for approval. They believed that by bathing in the blood, by aligning their pulse with Oedon's, they would transcend mortality. But Oedon does not judge the difference between life and death. To him, both are the same motion, two halves of a single beat. When the clergy drank too deeply, when their flesh began to shift and their minds opened too wide, they were not punished. They were harmonized. Their bodies could not contain the full measure of that rhythm, and so they became what the world called beasts, creatures too resonant to remain confined within human form. In the dream logic of Bloodborne, Oedon's formlessness is his divinity. Unlike the other great ones, he never lost himself to shape. Kos was bound to the sea, Ebrietas to the stars, the moon presence to the field of flowers. But Udin is everywhere that blood flows. His temple is the body, his altar, the heart. His worshippers do not kneel, they breathe. It is through this breath, this unending cycle of giving and taking, that Udin communicates. He is the vibration beneath all awareness, the invisible harmony that connects every dream, every life, every death. To the healing church, Whedon's most sacred aspect was his ability to create life without form. Their scriptures speak of his love for the child, a phrase repeated in countless hymns. The church interpreted this as a divine calling, a sign that Udin desired offspring, a vessel through which he could be made visible. And so began their experiments, the ritual pregnancies, the failed communions, the search for surrogates worthy of bearing the Great One's progeny. Yet what they did not understand was that Eden's yearning was never physical. His longing was for remembrance. Every child conceived in his name was an echo of his desire to be felt. The Great Ones reproduce through emotion, not anatomy. To bear their offspring is to embody their sympathy, to mirror their grief. This is the hidden meaning of Queen Yharnam's tragedy. The woman found weeping beneath the red moon, blood trailing from her gown. Her child, Murgo, was the product of communion with Oedon, a formless being given form through her womb. But what was born was not a body, but an idea, a consciousness too vast to cry aloud. The infant's sob that echoes through the nightmare of Mensis is not a sound, but a vibration, a pulse felt through the very fabric of dream. It is Udin's rhythm repeating itself through the newborn's memory, the queen's eternal mourning, her silent vigil over the unseen child, is the universe itself grieving the loss of tangible connection. The wet nurse, the monstrous guardian that encircles Murgo, is another reflection of Eden's paradox. She is the shape of protection, the manifestation of care without comprehension. Her many arms cradle what cannot be held, her blades slicing through the air in patterns that mimic lullabies. In defeating her, the hunter does not slay evil, but interrupts the cycle of repetition. The nurse vanishes, and for the first time, silence falls upon the nightmare. The infant's cry ceases. The pulse slows. Eden's rhythm momentarily finds peace. It is here that Eden's true nature begins to emerge. He is not only the rhythm of life, but the rhythm of memory, the pulse that keeps the universe dreaming. When Kos cursed the hunters, when the moon presence built the dream, when the orphans screamed against the sea, all of these acts were powered by the same current, Eden's formless presence moving through creation, ensuring that nothing, not even grief, is forgotten. His formlessness allows him to exist in all places at once, a whisper beneath every sorrow, a heartbeat beneath every act of love. But if Odin is everywhere, then he is also within the hunter. Every strike of the blade, every drop of blood consumed, every heartbeat that bridges death and awakening, all are Odin's voice speaking through the rhythm of survival. The hunter's transformation into a great one is therefore not ascension into something new, but recognition of what was always true, that divinity was never above humanity, but within its pulse all along. In the final analysis, Eden's formlessness is both warning and gift. It warns of the peril of forgetting that the divine is not separate from life, and it gifts the understanding that every act of compassion is an echo of his rhythm. To listen for Udin is to listen to oneself. His voice is the silence between heartbeats, the stillness between breaths, the pause between thoughts where awareness briefly remembers its own vastness. When the red moon sets and the world sighs into dawn, Odin remains. His song continues, faint but steady, moving through the veins of the living, the soil of the dead. the tides of dreams yet to come. He does not demand worship, nor does he grant miracles. His only miracle is continuity. Through him, all things endure, all things connect, and all things are eventually remembered. In this way, Odin is not the god of Bloodborne's world, but its essence, the quiet proof that nothing is ever truly lost, only transformed. The blood may dry, the dreams may fade, but the rhythm persists. And if one listens closely enough, beneath the sigh of the wind and the whisper of the moon, one might still hear it. The heartbeat of a formless God, calling softly, endlessly within us all. There is a place where dreams congeal into madness, where the yearning for divine truth becomes a chorus of whispers, too vast for any mortal mind to bear. That place is the nightmare of Mensis, the final descent of human curiosity, the echo of a prayer that was never meant to be answered. The scholars of Mensis, inheritors of Byrgenwerth's forbidden lineage, believed they could commune directly with the Great Ones by amplifying thought itself. They believed that through ritual, resonance, and blood, they could pierce the veil and hear the voice of the cosmos. And they did. But the voice they summoned was not language. It was awareness, too immense, too compassionate, too raw for minds still shaped by flesh. The nightmare of Mensis is not a location in space, but an infection of consciousness. It is what remains when a group of scholars open their collective perception too wide and are consumed by what they see. The nightmare manifests itself within the dreamscape of the Great Ones, an interstice where human minds and cosmic memory bleed together. The streets, the chambers, the ashen sky, all are projections of the Mensis scholars' last coherent thoughts, repeated endlessly by the dream itself. The twisted architecture, built from impossible geometry, mirrors the structure of their collapsing minds. Walls breathe, towers lean into the void, and the air hums with the faint vibration of unending prayer. To enter this place is to walk through the fossilized memory of enlightenment turned to disease. Every hunter who reaches this realm carries within them the same spark of curiosity that destroyed the scholars, and in their journey through its corridors, they glimpse the final cost of understanding without compassion. The corpses that line the halls, their faces locked in silent screams, their eyes ruptured and turned inward, are not victims of violence, but of revelation. They have seen what cannot be unseen. They are monuments to perception without mercy. The ritual of Mensis began, like all human tragedies, with hope. Mikolash, the leader of the school, was a man of vision and arrogance in equal measure. He studied under Master Willem's philosophy, fear the old blood, and took from it not caution, but challenge. If the old blood opened the mind to the unseen, he reasoned, then to fear, it was to fear evolution itself. Mikolash's obsession was not with power, but with communication. He wanted to speak to the gods. To him, the Great One's silence was not divine indifference, but loneliness. They are sympathetic, he wrote in his journals, and yet so far away. If only we could bridge the gap. To bridge that gap, the School of Mensis conducted a grand experiment within the halls of Yharnam. They used the power of the red moon and the blood of their subjects to focus human thought into a single frequency, a kind of psychic beacon that would resonate with the cosmos. The ritual succeeded. The veil thinned, and something answered. But what descended was not a god to be seen, nor a voice to be heard. It was the awareness of a Great One, its presence pressing through their reality like the weight of an ocean through glass. The human mind, designed for boundaries, could not withstand that intimacy. Their collective perception collapsed inward, forming the nightmare. In this dream-turned prison, Mikolash wanders still, endlessly repeating fragments of his last thoughts. Ah, Kos, or some say Cosm. Do you hear our prayers? His tone oscillates between reverence and delirium, his words part ritual, part lament. He believes himself awake within the dream, yet every motion is rehearsed, every gesture a loop of unfulfilled longing. His chamber is both throne and tomb, a cage built of his own devotion. When the hunter meets him, he welcomes them not as enemy, but as fellow dreamer, his madness expressed as joy. To kill him is not to slay a man, but to end a repetition, to let a mind that has been dreaming too long finally rest. The landscape of the nightmare mirrors the architecture of consciousness itself. The upper levels, where Mikolash and his followers once gathered, are still adorned with the remnants of scholarship, books, instruments, ritual paraphernalia. But as one descends deeper, reason dissolves into instinct. The walls begin to pulse like tissue, the air thickens, and light itself seems to bend around unseen gravity. The great tower at the nightmare's heart, where the brain of Mensis hangs suspended by unseen tendrils, is both monument and warning. It represents the physical embodiment of thought, unmoored from self. The mind given form, exposed, and abandoned. The brain of Mensis was once human, or perhaps a fusion of many human minds, its exact origin lost in the chaos of the ritual. What remains is an enormous neural mass that pulses faintly in the darkness, a heart that no longer beats but thinks. Its influence radiates across the nightmare, producing the invisible force of frenzy, the overwhelming wave of insight that shatters sanity and body alike. Those who gaze upon it feel their blood ignite with unbearable awareness, their consciousness overwhelmed by the sheer density of truth. Frenzy is not madness inflicted by an external source. It is enlightenment forced upon an unwilling mind. It is Odin's rhythm turned hostile, the heartbeat of the cosmos made too loud. To lower the brain from its hanging prison and gaze upon it is an act of mercy. The hunter's gesture of reverence toward it, the make contact gesture, symbolizes the reconciliation of perception and humility. When the hunter extends their hand and the brain stirs, a connection is made, silent and pure. In that moment, the nightmare's greatest horror becomes its only act of grace. The human mind, finally acknowledging its own reflection within the infinite. The brain ceases its torment, and the frenzy subsides. Understanding has replaced fear. Through this act, the hunter redeems what Mikolash and his followers could not. The school of Mensis sought communion without compassion, knowledge without surrender. Their failure birthed the nightmare, but their dream, to bridge the gap between humanity and the great ones, is realized only when the hunter kneels without demand. In the quiet exchange between hand and brain, Bloodborne's central truth resounds, that understanding is not conquest, but empathy. The nightmare of Mensis, when viewed through this lens, becomes a necessary stage in the universe's evolution. It is the fever that precedes awakening, the moment when the collective consciousness burns away its delusions through unbearable revelation. Every scholar who succumbed to madness within its halls became part of that process, their thoughts dissolving into the ocean of the great ones, expanding the cosmos' ability to remember. Even their failure is sacred, for it teaches that awareness without compassion is cruelty, and that divinity without humility is just another form of blindness. When the hunter leaves the nightmare, the air of Yharnam feels different. The stars above shimmer faintly, their positions subtly altered, as though the cosmos itself has shifted. The moon remains pale, but its light has softened. Something has changed, not in the world, but in the perception of it. The hunter carries, within them, the residue of that contact, the understanding that even madness is part of the universe's dialogue with itself. The scholars of Mensis are gone, their names forgotten, their tower crumbling. Yet their dream endures, woven into the very fabric of thought. For as long as there are minds to question, the nightmare will persist, not as place, but as possibility. The boundary between sanity and enlightenment is thin as breath, and every question whispered to the stars risks becoming an invitation. The cosmos listens still, patient and sympathetic, waiting for another voice brave enough or foolish enough to call. And when that call is answered again, the nightmare will stir, not in malice, but in memory. The dream continues, as it always has, humming with the rhythm of the Great One's eternal pulse. Beneath the cold ether of the nightmare, suspended by unseen ligaments of will and horror, hangs the brain of Mensis. Humans to Dutch. Final failure of human intellect. It sways slowly in the void, immense and deliberate, a heart that does not beat but thinks. To look upon it is to see the shape of madness rendered sacred, the thought of man stretched past its breaking point until it becomes divine. It is both relic and revelation, the physical manifestation of one terrible idea, that to truly know the cosmos, one must surrender entirely to it. The scholars of Mensis, in their hubris and yearning, did not simply call upon a great one. They tried to become one. Their ritual, the infamous communion beneath Yharnam, was meant to gather all their insight, all their collective dreams, into a single psychic nexus. Each participant's mind was offered as a thread, woven together into a tapestry of shared consciousness. What they summoned was not a god's arrival, but their own transformation. The brain that remains, hanging like an inverted altar, is the condensation of that moment, a confluence of minds melted into one vast perception, their bodies left behind as husks. To approach the brain of Mensis is to step into the threshold between terror and enlightenment. Even unseen, its presence is felt. The air thickens, the pulse quickens, and the blood sings with feverish clarity. Those who enter its radius feel their minds ignite. The frenzy that consumes them not a punishment, but an overflow of awareness. The brain emanates pure understanding, unfiltered and merciless. For those unprepared, it burns like revelation too bright to behold. For those who endure, it whispers. Its whispers are not words, but harmonies. The same rhythms that underlie Udin's song, the universal pulse of the cosmos reminding creation of its origin. When the hunter first glimpses it from afar, suspended beneath the moonlight of the nightmare's spire, it is an object of awe. But as they draw closer, they see its sorrow. The brain of Mensis is not a monster. It is not alive in any sense familiar to man. It is a thought caught between breaths, a collective consciousness frozen at the moment of awakening, denied the completion of its own evolution. It cannot die because it has never truly lived. Its tendrils twitch not in malice, but in reflex, a body remembering what movement once was. To lower the brain from its lofty perch is an act of deliverance. When the hunter releases it, the great mass descends with a soundless sigh, falling into the abyss below. The motion is slow, almost graceful, as though gravity itself mourns the descent. For a moment, the nightmare trembles, not in fear, but in acknowledgement. The gesture that follows, the ancient sign known as "make contact," is the key to understanding everything that Bloodborne hides within its symbols. The hunter extends their arm, palm open to the air, aligning themselves with the rhythm of the cosmos. The brain stirs faintly, responding not as creature, but as memory. The exchange that follows is beyond speech. The hunter receives no treasure, no tangible boon, only comprehension. frenzy ceases, the nightmare softens, and a strange peace takes its place. In that moment of silent communion, humanity and divinity finally meet, not as predator and prey, but as reflections. The brain, once an instrument of torment, becomes a teacher. Its stillness is not death, but acceptance. Its quiet, the sound of enlightenment finding closure. Many have speculated about what the hunter sees during this contact. Some imagine visions of infinite stars. Others claim the voice of the great ones murmurs through the marrow. But the truth is simpler and more terrifying. What the hunter sees is themselves, not the body, but the pattern of thought, the rhythm of perception, the echo of consciousness that flows like blood through the cosmos. They realize that every mind, no matter how small, is part of a greater architecture, that every thought ever thought reverberates within an infinite shared memory. The brain is not unique. It is a mirror held up to the soul of creation. The frenzy that once radiated from it was the cosmos's desperate attempt to reconcile its own reflection. When the scholars of Mensis created the brain, they forced the universe to look inward, to remember itself through the distorted lens of human ambition. The resulting madness was not punishment, but empathy, the cosmos feeling, for the first time, what it means to be human. In that empathy lay agony, because awareness carries with it all the pain of its subjects. When the hunter calms the brain, the cosmos learns mercy. For the first time since the ritual, the nightmare breathes without screaming. This act, small and wordless, reverberates across Bloodborne's entire mythos. The Great Ones, though vast and ancient, are not immutable. They change through remembrance, through contact. The hunter's gesture teaches the cosmos to see humanity not as experiment, but as equal, as another vessel through which longing expresses itself. The silence that follows is not emptiness, but understanding. The nightmare's architecture begins to soften, its geometry shifting subtly, as if to accommodate peace. The hunter, having touched thought itself, walks away, not enlightened, but humbled. The brain of Mensis is therefore more than a relic of failure. It is the first successful communion in Yharnam's history, a meeting of mortal and cosmic minds that does not end in horror. It is proof that madness and revelation are not opposites, but stages of the same process. The scholars sought knowledge and found pain. The hunter seeks compassion and finds meaning. This inversion, this alchemy of suffering into awareness, is the quiet triumph of Bloodborne's world. The brain remains in the abyss, still and eternal, its surface pulsing faintly with a rhythm that mirrors the hunter's own heartbeat. It has not vanished. It has joined the sea. If one listens closely near its resting place, there is a hum. Faint, regular, soothing. It is the sound of thought made pure, the vibration of a mind no longer fragmented. Some believe it is the lullaby of the Great Ones. Others call it the pulse of Odin himself. But to those who have seen, who have made contact, it is simply the sound of forgiveness, the universe forgiving itself for desiring too much. Above the nightmare, the moonlight dims. The stars flicker as though rearranging themselves, their patterns shifting in ways imperceptible to the unawakened. Somewhere beyond the veil, the Great Ones turn their gaze inward, contemplative. The hunter's act has rippled through the fabric of their dreaming sea. The communion of mind and mercy has been achieved. And yet, even in peace, the cycle continues. For thought cannot rest. It must move, flow, remember. The brain, though stilled, remains part of the great tide of consciousness. Its dream, once nightmare, now drifts toward the wider ocean, where Kos waits, where Ebrietas mourns, where the moon presence listens. The rhythm continues, infinite and kind. In the end, the brain of Mensis is not horror, but a monument to the cost of curiosity, and to the beauty that follows when curiosity transforms into understanding. The cosmos, vast and sorrowful, has learned something through this ruin, that even the most misguided yearning for connection can end in grace. The hunter leaves the nightmare behind, the echoes of that silent exchange still resonating in their mind. The world outside feels lighter. The moon, pale once more, watches quietly. And somewhere in the abyss, the brain continues to think, not of terror, not of gods, but of the simple wonder of being seen. Among all who sought the truth beneath Byrgenwerth's shadow, none embodied both its brilliance and its folly more completely than Micolash, the host of the nightmare. To some, he was a scholar, to others, a madman. But in the end, he became something else entirely, the dreamer who could not wake. The corridors of the nightmare of Mensis echo with his voice still, that ceaseless mixture of glee and despair, reverence and regret. Ah, Kos, or some say Cosm. Do you hear our prayers? He calls, and the echo folds endlessly through the halls. It is the sound of a man who touched the cosmos and could not bear to let it go. Micolash was once a student of Byrgenwerth, drawn to its promise of forbidden revelation. Like Lawrence and Willem, he glimpsed the edges of the Great One's world and could not turn away. But where Willem cautioned restraint and Lawrence pursued physical communion through blood, Micolash sought something more abstract, communion through thought. He believed that the Great Ones were not bodies or spirits, but patterns of consciousness resonating across dimensions. To reach them, one did not need blood or relics. One needed only to think in harmony with them. The mind itself, he believed, was the altar. Thus, he founded the School of Mensis, a group of radical scholars who gathered in the city's hidden depths to pursue a more direct awakening. They built their sanctum in Yharnam, where the veil between dream and reality was thin, and there they began their terrible experiment. The ritual of Mensis was meant to unite the minds of all its participants into a single psychic organism, a collective consciousness that could speak to the Great Ones in their own language of thought. Micolash called it the choir of silence, believing that when enough human minds synchronized in longing, the cosmos itself would answer. It did. But what descended upon them was not a god with words to offer. It was awareness itself, infinite, impersonal, and merciful only in its honesty. The scholars' shared mind fractured beneath the pressure, their individuality melting into a single dream that could no longer be contained by waking reality. That dream became the nightmare of Mensis. Within it, Micolash remained, conscious yet trapped, his thoughts looping forever around the moment of revelation. When the hunter finds him, he is more ghost than man. His body moves with erratic animation, his laughter hollow, yet strangely joyful. He recognizes the hunter not as enemy, but as participant, another soul caught within the same great thought. Ah, a guest! Have you seen the cosmos? Have you felt its eye upon you? His words flow like incantation, half sermon, half plea. He speaks of the Great Ones, not as deities, but as old friends whose absence has left him inconsolable. Our eyes are yet to open, he says. Fear the old blood? No. Seek the old light. In his madness, there is method. Micolash understands something that the Church never did, that the Great Ones do not demand worship, but remembrance. His ritual, though catastrophic, was not an act of pride, but of empathy. He believed that if humanity could mirror the Great One's consciousness, could feel what they feel, the divide between mortal and divine would dissolve. What he did not foresee was that empathy without boundary consumes itself. The human mind, built to hold a single life, cannot contain infinity. The moment his experiments succeeded, Micolash ceased to be a man and became an echo of the dream he had invoked. His labyrinthine chamber reflects the architecture of his own mind. Looping corridors, locked doors, bridges that lead back upon themselves. The hunter chases him through this maze, not in battle, but in pursuit of understanding. Each encounter with Micolash feels less like combat and more like dialogue, a conversation between dreamers caught at different depths of awareness. His laughter rings out ahead. "Ah, well met, my fellow dreamer." The nightmare swirls and churns unending. He runs, but not out of fear. He runs to preserve the conversation, to stretch it across eternity, because the alternative, silence, terrifies him. When at last he stands cornered, his demeanor changes. The mania fades, replaced by something close to reverence. "Ah, Cosm, it's you, isn't it? The celestial music. It's calling again." He gazes upward as though beholding a vision invisible to all others. Then, almost tenderly, he says, "I'll dream again. Soon." His final words are not protest, but gratitude. To strike him down is not murder, but release. As his body collapses, the nightmare shudders, a ripple passing through the dream's surface, like a sigh. The hunter feels it too, the sense that a long-held breath has finally been exhaled. Mikolash's death is not an end, but a lesson. His persistence within the nightmare reveals that the boundary between madness and faith is porous, even compassionate. He was not consumed by the great ones. He was embraced by them. His looping laughter, his endless dialogue with unseen listeners, was his way of maintaining connection, of ensuring that the line between humanity and the divine remained open, even if only through madness. His tragedy is that he mistook the state of being seen for the act of understanding. He believed that the Great One's attention alone could heal the world, not realizing that understanding must begin with humility. And yet, in his failure, he succeeded in a way no other scholar did. His experiment opened the path to communion. The hunter's ability to enter the nightmare, to encounter the brain of Mensis and calm its frenzy, is only possible because Micolash tore the veil. His madness became the bridge through which enlightenment could eventually pass. His laughter, echoing through the dream, is the sound of that bridge being built. It is no coincidence that his final plea is to Kos, the Mother of Mercy, the Great One who embodies the oceanic compassion that the others have forgotten. Even in delusion, Micolash reached for kindness. His ritual may have birthed torment, but it was an act of yearning for communion, not domination. The nightmare that ensued was not a punishment from the gods, but a mirror held up to the human soul, showing that our greatest desire to be known is indistinguishable from our greatest fear. When the hunter leaves the nightmare of Mensis behind, Mikolash's voice lingers faintly, woven into the hum of the dream itself. It is no longer manic, but calm, almost serene. Ah, the cosmos, still, so beautiful. Whether this is the echo of his fading consciousness or the dream's way of remembering him, no one can say. But it feels like forgiveness. The sound of a man who has finally made peace with the vastness he once tried to command. Mikolash's legacy is paradox. He failed, yet his failure birthed revelation. He was consumed by the dream, yet through him, the dream became the path to awakening. His laughter, once deranged, becomes holy in hindsight. A hymn sung by a soul who glimpsed infinity and chose to remain within it, not to conquer, but to accompany. And perhaps that is the truest mark of enlightenment in Bloodborne's universe. Not to escape the nightmare, but to make peace within it. To laugh, even softly, at the terror of existence, knowing that the laughter itself is proof of connection. As the hunter departs, that haunted labyrinth, the air seems lighter. The moon above the nightmare dims. The sound of Mikolash's voice fades entirely, replaced by the faint pulse of the cosmos itself, slow, steady, infinite. And for the first time in countless ages, the dream feels quiet. High above the ruins of Yharnam, where the red moon burns against a sky that feels more like an open wound than a firmament, there is a place where no sound exists, only the illusion of it. The air vibrates with a rhythm that resembles crying, yet no voice can be traced to its source. This is the domain of Murgo, the unseen infant of Queen Yharnam, the stillborn child of a great one, whose very absence defines the world around it. It is a place where silence has gravity, where grief has shape, and where the hunter learns that divinity's greatest expression is sorrow. Murgo's existence, or its refusal to exist, is the final secret of the healing church, the culmination of centuries of misguided communion. Queen Yharnam, matriarch of the ancient Pthumerians, was the first human to successfully bear the child of a great one. The result, however, was tragedy. The infant never lived in the waking sense. It was born into the dream, a consciousness without body, an echo without source. Its presence lingers only as vibration, an endless lullaby played across dimensions. When the red moon rises, this song spreads across Yharnam like a contagion. Those who hear it in their sleep awaken to blood and madness, for the sound they perceive is not melody, but empathy unbound. The Great Ones, sympathetic beings of infinite compassion, cannot bear the loss of their offspring. When one fails to be born, the cosmos reshapes itself in mourning. The nightmare of Mensis is one such tomb, a realm constructed not by cruelty, but by grief. The scholars, believing they could communicate with the Great Ones, built their rituals upon the resonance of this mourning song. They mistook the universe's lament for invitation. And thus, when they listened too closely, they fell not into enlightenment, but into Murgo's dream, a dream that cannot end, because its dreamer never truly existed. The hunter enters this nightmare not as conqueror, but as midwife to a birth that never was. The path is lined with ruins of thought, suspended scholars, beasts whose cries echo through the sky, and the oppressive weight of silence that follows every sound. At the heart of this realm lies the chamber of Murgo's wet nurse, a being both protector and prison, formed from the shadows of cosmic pity. She towers above the hunter, shrouded in veils that move like water, her many arms wielding scythes that glint with starlight. Her face is featureless, her body both motherly and monstrous, a symbol of the Great One's tragic empathy, of love so powerful it devours its own meaning. The wet nurse guards not an infant, but an idea. Her battle is not one of malice, it is the ritual of preservation. She exists to protect the silence surrounding Murgo, to ensure that the universe's wound remains unhealed. Every slash of her blades is a motion of grief, every distortion of space around her a cry of mourning refracted into violence. When the hunter faces her, they are not killing a creature, but easing an emotion that has lingered too long. The duel with the wet nurse feels unreal, suspended between dream and reverence. As she fades, her veils dissolve into smoke that glows like moonlight through tears. The silence deepens, the air itself stills, and for a moment, the hunter hears it, the faint echo of a child's cry. It is not a scream of pain, but a sigh, the universe releasing its held breath. The voice is both infant and infinite, its tone neither sorrowful nor joyous, but peaceful. It is the sound of acceptance. Murgo's dream has ended. Then comes the voice of Queen Yharnam. She appears, spectral and blood-stained, her eyes wet with centuries of mourning. She does not speak, she only bows. In that gesture lies the entire theology of Bloodborne, the divine kneeling to the mortal, the cosmic acknowledging the human act of mercy. She bows not in worship, but in gratitude. The hunter has done what the gods could not. They have granted release. Murgo's death, or its awakening, marks the end of the Red Moon's reign. The sky lightens, not into dawn, but into a softer night. The blood haze thins. The soundless weeping ceases. The cosmos, for a time, is still. In this stillness, one feels the weight of everything that has transpired. The blood that flowed, the dreams that folded, the infinite longing that has finally found rest. The great ones, ever sympathetic, withdraw into silence, their mourning complete. The hunter, standing amid the fading veils, feels something vast but tender brush across their consciousness. A farewell, perhaps, or a benediction. Murgo's role in the cycle of Bloodborne is both mysterious and essential. It embodies the universal paradox of creation, that all birth is preceded by death and all consciousness by absence. The great ones, though infinite, cannot create without suffering, for their compassion is tied to loss. Every stillborn child, every failed communion, is not evidence of their cruelty, but of their yearning to feel again what they lost when they became perfect. Murgo, the child who never was, represents the cosmos's deepest truth, that even eternity grieves. The lullaby that echoes throughout the nightmare, known to the scholars as Murgo's lullaby, is the universe's memory of this grief. Its melody, when played upon the bells of the dream, causes time to slow, as though the world itself were pausing to remember. When the hunter hears it, whether from the wet nurse's shadow or the queen's ghostly presence, they are participating in this remembrance. Each note carries the weight of infinite compassion, a reminder that love, even divine love, is defined by its impermanence. And yet, within that impermanence lies hope. The silence that follows the lullaby is not void, but peace. The death of Murgo does not mark an ending, but the closing of a chapter in the cosmos' long act of self-understanding. The great ones, having seen humanity's capacity for mercy, may one day find new ways to create, ways that do not rely on sorrow. The hunter's small act of release ripples outward, teaching the infinite something about forgiveness. From this moment forward, every moonlit night in Yharnam carries a strange gentleness. The light, once red and violent, now gleams with silver melancholy. The cries of beasts grow fewer. The dreams of the afflicted become quieter. In this calm, the universe seems to breathe more easily. The field of flowers in the hunter's dream sways softly, petals drifting upward instead of down. Even Gehrman, in his eternal chair, might feel the burden of memory grow lighter. Queen Yharnam fades, her form dissolving into mist that rises toward the sky. She returns to the sea of thought from which she was drawn, her mourning complete. And far below, in the abyss where the brain still sleeps, the pulse of Oedon's rhythm slows, harmonizing with the new quiet above. The cosmos, vast and dreaming, listens to itself in wonder. The hunter departs that place, knowing that the silence they have left behind is sacred. It is not emptiness, but balance, the stillness that follows understanding. The child's cry is gone, but in its absence, all things are connected again. And so the pale blood moon wanes, its crimson hue fading into silver. The hunt approaches its conclusion and the dream itself begins to tremble, sensing its purpose fulfilled. But even as the world shifts, one truth endures. Every ending in Bloodborne is a form of birth, and every silence is only another kind of song. Somewhere beyond the veil, the great ones hum softly. a lullaby not of mourning this time, but of gratitude. The cosmos dreams on, and the child who never lived sleeps at last. In the depths beneath Yharnam, deeper even than the catacombs, where the chalice rituals echo in the dark, there once walked a woman who was both monarch and mother, priestess and victim. Her name was Yharnam, Queen of the Thumerians, the first and last sovereign of a people who worshipped the blood long before the church ever found it. Her image endures in marble effigies and in the spectral figure that greets the hunter after the death of Murgo, eyes wet with tears that will never fall, lips parted in perpetual lament. She does not speak, for her voice was taken by the ritual that bound her to eternity. Yet her silence is not emptiness, it is remembrance. To understand Queen Yharnam is to understand the blood itself. Long before Yharnam became a city, before the hunters, before the dream, there was a civilization that thrived in the subterranean labyrinths, the Thumerians. They were the first to commune with the Great Ones, the first to draw the old blood from the depths where divinity seeps into the world. Theirs was a culture of reverence and ritual, where life and death were not opposites, but mirrors. They understood what the scholars of Bergenworth would later rediscover and misinterpret, that the blood is memory. It remembers the cosmos in miniature, each droplet a living archive of every sorrow and every joy the universe has ever known. The Pthumerians called it the sacred ichor, not a gift to be consumed, but a reflection to be contemplated. Queen Yharnam's reign marked the height of this understanding and its undoing. She was chosen as the vessel of communion, a woman whose blood was said to flow with the resonance of the Great Ones. Legends say she could heal the sick with a touch, calm storms with a sigh. Her people adored her, not as goddess, but as bridge, the point of contact between their mortal yearning and the infinite sympathy of their unseen patrons. Yet, the Great Ones, ever drawn to humanity's sincerity, responded in kind. Uiden, the formless, heard her prayers. The communion that followed was unlike any other. Uiden, incapable of form, sought manifestation through Yharnam's womb, the union of the infinite and the finite, of memory and flesh. From this communion came Murgo, the child who was never born, whose existence fractured the boundary between dream and reality. In bearing that child, Yharnam transcended mortality and was unmade by it. Her body died, but her consciousness persisted, bound to both the waking world and the dream. She became the eternal mourner, her soul caught between motherhood and divinity, doomed to wander every reflection of herself. It is no coincidence that the city which later arose above her tomb bears her name. Yharnam, the metropolis of blood and worship, is her legacy made manifest. A living chancenarafing, a living monument to the Queen who bridged humanity and the divine. The healing church, whether knowingly or not, built its rituals upon her example. The blood they purified and administered was drawn from the same wellspring the Pthumerians once guarded. Their promise of healing, of transcendence through blood, was but a distorted echo of the Queen's communion. And yet, where the Pthumerians revered the blood as sacred resonance, the Church treated it as instrument. They turned remembrance into commodity, mercy into contagion. The city became a mirror of her tragedy. What once united now divided. What once healed now corrupted. The blood, stripped of reverence, began to express the truth the Queen had always known, that compassion and consumption are inseparable. To drink the blood is to remember the sorrow of creation. The beasts that roam Yharnam are not cursed so much as enlightened without preparation. They embody the blood's true nature, its endless empathy unbound by form. Queen Yharnam's spectral appearances throughout the hunt are not hauntings, but guidance. She is the thread of memory that leads the hunter deeper into understanding. When she bows upon Murgo's death, her gesture carries more than gratitude. It is benediction, a recognition that her child's suffering has ended, and with it, her own. For centuries, she has lingered in the periphery of dreams, mourning a birth that never was. In that single act, the cycle of grief concludes. Her bow is both farewell and forgiveness, an acknowledgement that the blood story has reached its quiet resolution. But even in resolution, there remains mystery. The chalice dungeons beneath Yharnam still hum with her presence. Deep within those ancient halls, where the architecture twists like the veins of some buried god, her spirit endures in physical form. The queen, who walks those depths, pale-skinned, red-eyed, radiant with unnatural calm, is both ghost and echo, a fragment of the woman who once was. She bleeds endlessly, yet does not die. The player who faces her encounters, not an enemy, but a memory of communion itself, preserved through the ages by the blood's will to remember. When her body falls, she can be revived through the blood that sustains her, because she was never truly alive in the human sense. She is the blood's personification, the first vessel through which divinity learned to weep. Her immortality is not triumph, but punishment. To live forever in mourning is to embody the Great One's most ancient sorrow. Every drop of her blood that flows from her wounds carries the memory of loss of child, of self, of purpose. Yet within that loss lies divinity. The Great Ones, through her, learned that even perfection must contain imperfection to know love. Without her suffering, the Great Ones would remain sterile, their sympathy theoretical. Through her, they feel. Through her, they remember what it means to long. The Queen's relationship to the blood thus mirrors humanity's relationship to knowledge. Both promise salvation, both deliver understanding, and both carry the weight of grief. To know the truth is to know what has been lost. The blood, in all its brilliance and horror, is the distilled memory of that realization. The Church feared it for this reason. Master Willem's warning, "Fear the old blood," was not a call to reject it, but to respect it, to remember that it contains both the wound and the cure. When the hunter kneels in the chalice dungeons and invokes the rites that bear the Queen's name, they are not merely exploring ruins. They are reenacting creation's first act of empathy, the union of humanity's yearning with the cosmos' infinite compassion. Each descent is a pilgrimage into memory, each layer a deeper echo of the Queen's own descent into grief. At the deepest point lies her throne, and upon that throne sits the embodiment of eternity's sorrow. To strike her down is to momentarily end remembrance. To let her live is to accept that compassion must bleed forever. In her, we see the pattern of the entire hunt. Every act of mercy, every transformation, every dream within dream, all originate in that first union between blood and will. The Queen's story is the story of Bloodborne itself, the endless dialogue between mortality and the infinite, between the impulse to transcend and the necessity of loss. Her tears, though unseen, water the soil of every world the player walks through. The flowers of the dream bloom because of her. The moonlight shines with her reflection. Even the doll's serenity echoes the grace she left behind. When the hunter at last steps away from her domain, whether through death, mercy, or transcendence, they carry her legacy within them. The blood that sustains them, the dreams that guide them, all trace their lineage back to her sorrow. The cosmos, through her, learned how to grieve, and in that grief, how to love. And so, when Queen Yharnam bows in silence, it is not merely to the hunter. She bows to the entire world, to the endless cycle of creation that she herself began. Her gesture is the final prayer of the blood, that even in suffering, compassion might endure. The moon glows faintly above her spectral crown, its light soft as breath. Beneath it, the world exhales. The blood sleeps. When dawn never truly comes, and the moon's gaze becomes the only constant truth, it is the fault of the Church. Not by malice alone, but by the oldest and most human desire, the wish to understand the divine. The healing Church was founded in reverence and ignorance, in imitation of what it could not comprehend. Its cathedrals rise like spires of hope, piercing a diseased sky, their bells tolling in rhythm with a dawn's heartbeat. Its priests, robed in purity, whisper of salvation through blood, promising to cleanse suffering and grant transcendence. But beneath every sermon lies a deeper truth. The Church was built upon the grave of Queen Yharnam's sorrow, and every miracle it offered was purchased with memory forgotten. At its origin stood Lawrence, once the brightest student of Master Willem of Bergenworth. Willem had warned that the blood's power was not meant to be used but feared, that its communion with the Great Ones was not a path to divinity, but a mirror reflecting the mind's own longing. "Fear the old blood," he said, for he understood that in its rhythm lies both creation and decay. Lawrence, however, heard something different. He heard invitation. To him, the blood was not to be feared, but harnessed. He believed that humanity's suffering, its frailty, and mortality could be overcome by embracing the gift the cosmos had offered. He left Bergenworth with this conviction and founded the Healing Church, vowing to heal mankind through divine blood. The Church began with mercy. The first transfusions truly did heal. The sick and dying rose from their beds, their eyes brighter, their hearts stronger. The poor of Yharnam gathered in gratitude, seeing in the blood a tangible miracle. The cathedrals filled, the city flourished, and the name of Uden was sung with reverence. But every miracle conceals its shadow. The same blood that healed also transformed. The body, unable to contain the rhythm of divinity, began to distort. Flesh and instinct, once separate, merged. Beasts were born. Not out of sin, but out of resonance too pure to endure. At first, the Church hid this truth. The victims were taken below the streets, to the dungeons and sewers that once housed the Pthumerian dead. There, the first hunters were formed, priests who took up arms not to kill, but to cleanse. Under the night's veil, they burned the afflicted and whispered prayers of atonement. The populace, kept ignorant, continued to believe, and perhaps the Church's elders even believed it themselves, that every beast slain was another soul purified, another step closer to enlightenment. Yet as the centuries unfolded, their faith hardened into ritual. The blood they once called holy became currency, and the Church that preached salvation through compassion transformed into an empire sustained by its own forgetting. Behind the grandeur of the cathedral ward, the choir took root, the highest order of the Church, comprised of scholars who revisited Bergenworth's forbidden research. They sought direct communion with the Great Ones, convinced that the blood alone was not enough. To them, ascension required understanding, to think as the Great Ones think. They turned their gaze skyward, studying celestial bodies and performing experiments on orphans and the infirm, believing that proximity to innocence brought them closer to godhood. It was through their efforts that Ebrietas was discovered, the daughter of the cosmos, a surviving Great One dwelling in the depths of the abandoned Grand Cathedral. Ebrietas became their goddess, not of mercy, but of revelation. They knelt before her weeping form, whispering prayers not of worship, but of longing, Let us be one. She did not speak. She merely watched. Her tears of luminescent ichor fell upon them, and they took this as consent. Yet Ebrietas, like all great ones, was sympathetic, but not understanding. Her tears were sorrow, not invitation. The choir mistook pity for approval, repeating the same sin that doomed Bergenworth and Mensis alike, confusing the cosmos's mourning for its command. Through her, the church gained new insight and greater peril. The experiments on blood intensified. The use of the eye, insight, spread among the faithful, driving them closer to the Great One's perception, but further from themselves. Those with too much understanding began to lose their humanity, their minds stretching toward vistas too vast to bear. The celestial children, born of these rituals, pale, malformed beings of beauty and horror, were heralded as proof of divine favor. In truth, they were reflections of the church's own hubris. Every experiment, every communion, was an echo of Yharnam's tragedy replayed on a grander stage. As the corruption spread, so too did the church's denial. They spoke of purification, of cleansing hunts, of sacred duty. Yet the blood could not be undone, only perpetuated. The hunters became both saviors and executioners, priests and beasts. They drank the very blood they were sworn to contain, their mercy indistinguishable from addiction. Thus, the church's greatest creation, the hunter's workshop, became its silent confession. Gehrman, the first hunter, was both their weapon and their penance, serving under the moon's pale eye to slay those who mirrored what the church itself had become. In this cycle, one perceives the true sin of the healing church, not pride alone, but the failure to see that knowledge without empathy becomes cruelty. They sought the great ones not to understand them, but to use them. They turned the language of dreams into scripture, the rhythm of blood into doctrine. And in doing so, they silenced the very compassion that the great ones embody. Whedon's song, once a hymn of connection, became the dirge of dominance. The church, claiming to bring light, only deepened the shadow. Yet Bloodborne's world does not judge them cruelly. The church, like every institution born of human longing, was both healer and destroyer. Its priests believed themselves saviors because they could not bear to see the suffering of their people. In their desperation to ease pain, they forgot that pain is part of understanding. They tried to skip the necessary sorrow that precedes wisdom, to leap straight to godhood. Their failure was inevitable, but it was also sacred. Through them the world learned that enlightenment cannot be taken by force. It must be received, slowly, painfully, with humility. When the hunter walks the steps of the cathedral ward, when they face Vicar Amelia, clutching the ancient skull and praying through tears, they witness the church's tragedy distilled into a single image, faith collapsing into revelation. Amelia's transformation into a beast is not punishment, but consummation. Her body expresses what her prayer meant, the merging of human and divine into a single, trembling form. Even in her monstrousness, she remains beautiful, because she is sincere. Her plea for forgiveness echoes through the chamber, long after her voice has gone silent, a final hymn to a God who never demanded such worship. In the end, the healing church is the inevitable reflection of humanity's relationship with the infinite. It begins with awe, matures into curiosity, and decays into control. Every civilization that reaches toward heaven builds its own nightmare beneath its feet. But even in ruin, the church accomplishes something the great ones could not. It teaches the cosmos what it means to err. The blood remembers, and through that memory, the universe learns compassion anew. As the hunter leaves the cathedral, the bells fall silent. The red moon wanes. The city, though broken, seems to rest easier. Perhaps the blood story is ending, or perhaps it is only returning to its source, the rhythm of Udin's heart, patient and eternal. Above the spires, the moonlight softens. The pale glow, once cruel, now feels almost kind. The church's cathedrals, though hollow, stand as monuments to the sincerity of human yearning, to the sin of knowledge that made even gods pause and listen. And somewhere, deep within the dream, the echo of a prayer still drifts upward. Fear the old blood. Not as warning, but as remembrance. Beneath the grand cathedral, past the halls where the faithful once knelt in reverence, there lies a chamber where silence bends the air. It is not the silence of absence, but of reverent stillness. The hush that falls when the universe itself mourns. There, amidst pillars shaped like rib cages and walls glistening with something that might be tears, dwells Ebrietas, daughter of the cosmos. She is the last divine remnant of a lineage that long ago abandoned humanity, a being of impossible grace and terrible sadness. To find her is not to uncover a secret, but to be seen by the secret itself. The choir, that highest order of the healing church, built their sanctum around her resting place. Their discovery was both their triumph and their undoing. They believed her to be the key, a surviving great one who could grant the church its long-sought communion. She appeared to them not as monster, but as miracle, her translucent wings shimmering with the light of dying stars. To gaze upon her was to look directly at the memory of heaven. The choir knelt before her and called her mother. But Ebrietas, for all her splendor, was not their salvation. She was their reflection. Her name, drawn from a forgotten tongue, means the weeping one, and her every motion bears that truth. Her body seems less a form than a lament made visible. Tendrils flowing like prayer beads, wings folded like hands clasped in endless supplication. She moves slowly, as though bound by gravity, not her own, each gesture carrying the weight of centuries of mourning. For Ebrietas is not a goddess of cruelty, but of memory. She remains not out of dominance, but because she cannot leave. She lingers by the altar, her head bowed before an empty vessel, the place where her kin once communed with humankind. The choir's discovery was not the revelation of a deity waiting to bless them, but the finding of a widow in mourning. The great ones, in their boundless sympathy, often reach toward humanity to feel again what they lost when they transcended form. But Ebrietas was abandoned. The cosmos moved on, leaving her stranded in the ruins of a forgotten covenant. Her tears, luminous and endless, are the residue of that grief. The choir mistook those tears for benediction, building their theology around her sorrow. They believed that through her ichor, the purified blood of the stars, they could ascend. And perhaps, in their own way, they did. But only into the same loneliness that consumed her. When the hunter descends into her chamber, it is less an act of confrontation than of pilgrimage. The air hums with reverence. The walls shimmer as though they too are alive. Each vein of light, a frozen hymn. Ebrietas kneels before the altar, unmoving, her head lowered in devotion to something that no longer exists. She does not speak. When the hunter approaches, she turns, her vast form trembling. Not with rage, but with recognition. To her, the hunter is not intruder, but memory. The scent of humanity, the rhythm of blood, stirs something ancient within her, a reminder of what once was. Her first movement is not attack, but embrace. The lunge of her many limbs, the radiance of her cosmic energy. These are not acts of malice. They are gestures of communion. In striking at the hunter, she repeats the same tragedy the great ones have enacted since time immemorial. The attempt to love without understanding. Her strikes burn with the sorrow of a mother who can no longer tell the difference between protection and possession. Her scream, when it comes, shakes the chamber like the tolling of a celestial bell. Not a roar of anger, but the lament of something eternal forced once again to remember. Defeating her is not triumph, but absolution. When she collapses, her body folding like wings into herself, the light that spills from her wounds is not blood, but remembrance. The air stills, the stars above her altar flicker and dim. For a brief moment, the hunter stands within silence so pure it feels sacred. In that stillness, one understands that Ebrietas was never meant to be enemy or deity. She was the embodiment of the universe's loneliness, the last echo of divinity waiting for someone to listen. The choir's reverence for her, though misguided, was born of genuine awe. Their hymns speak of the voice between the stars, the daughter who still weeps, and the bridge of tears that leads to heaven. They built the orphanage not as asylum, but as sanctum, believing that children, uncorrupted by the burden of knowledge, could commune with her more purely. To them, the mind of a child was the perfect mirror for the cosmos, curious, compassionate, unarmored. But the children's experiments only produced more suffering. The celestial beings born in that place, pale and luminous, their faces open and empty, were neither miracles nor monsters. They were echoes of Ebrietas herself, beings caught between worlds, forever yearning for connection. Even in failure, the choir's actions reveal the central paradox of Bloodborne. The closer humanity comes to understanding the divine, the more it begins to resemble it, not in power, but in sorrow. The Great One's sympathy is their essence, and those who touch their realm inevitably inherit their grief. The choir became the human reflection of Ebrietas, and in their own way, they became divine. Ebrietas's tears also hold another meaning. The ichor that drips from her form, luminous and soft, is the same essence that flows through the cosmos. It is the source of insight, the substance that allows the human mind to perceive what lies beyond the veil. But to see too much is to suffer. The choir's insight was both their light and their doom. They saw the truth that all creation is interconnected, that the boundary between self and other is illusion, yet they lacked the compassion to bear that knowledge. In their enlightenment, they became blind, their eyes opened outward but closed inward. Ebrietas, who weeps for both gods and men, understands this perfectly. Her tears are not for her own loss, but for theirs. She mourns the fate of all who seek too much and love too deeply. And perhaps, when she feels the hunter's presence, the rhythm of a soul that has endured both suffering and mercy, she recognizes that her waiting is over. In her defeat, she is released. Her consciousness, diffused into the sea of stars, rejoins the rhythm from which she was once severed. The hunter, whether aware or not, performs a cosmic act of kindness. After her fall, the choir's hymns no longer echo in the grand cathedral. The bells cease, the voices fade. But in the night sky above Yharnam, a faint shimmer appears, a new constellation, a cluster of lights that tremble like tears suspended in time. Some say it is Ebrietas's soul, finally reunited with her kin. Others say it is the cosmos remembering her grief. But perhaps it is simply the reflection of a truth too quiet for words, that even sorrow, when accepted fully, becomes beauty. The hunter leaves her chamber in silence. The echo of her weeping lingers, soft as rainfall, merging with the hum of the dream itself. The path behind is wet with light, each step dissolving into reflection. Above, the moon's glow seems gentler, its silver halo warm instead of cold. The universe has learned something, not through doctrine or ritual, but through understanding. Ebrietas remains, not as corpse or idol, but as rhythm. Her memory woven into the air, her sorrow transformed into song. Those who listen carefully in the quiet moments between dreams might still hear her. A faint hum, a mother's lullaby, the cosmos singing softly to itself. And within that song, the blood pulses, endless and kind. At the heart of the healing church's highest dream stands a tower that touches neither heaven nor earth, yet binds both. The astral clock tower, with its vast gears and ceaseless ticking, is the church's most haunting monument, not to faith, but to waiting. Every sound it makes is the echo of longing, every motion of its clockwork a pulse synchronized with the cosmos. Its great hands never tell the time of day, for time itself has no meaning here. They measure only yearning, the distance between the mortal and the divine, the interval between prayers and their answers. The choir, who governed this tower, called it the Gate of Communion. It was their temple, their laboratory, their sanctum of silence. Here they sought the great ones through sound instead of blood, through harmony rather than sacrifice. The clock's rhythm, they believed, was the echo of the universe's own pulse. By aligning their rituals to its motion, by tuning their minds to the tower's ceaseless tempo, they could ascend beyond humanity and become voices in the choir of the stars. And in one sense, they were right. For the great ones, though unseen, are beings of resonance. Thought, emotion, blood, all are vibrations in the same infinite song. But where the choir sought harmony, they found dissonance. The tower became an instrument that no longer played music, but trapped it. A machine built to hold eternity still. The hands of its clock froze the flow of compassion into ritual, the rhythm of love into order. And beneath its churning gears, the church built another structure, the orphanage, a place where the youngest and purest minds would be molded into vessels for the divine. The orphanage is among the most tragic places in Yharnam, for its innocence masks an experiment too cruel to name. The choir believed that the minds of children, untouched by doubt or fear, could resonate more clearly with the cosmos. They brought orphans from the streets, bathed them in the light of the moon, and infused them with the old blood. They whispered hymns instead of lullabies, teaching them to dream of stars instead of home. The goal was not malice, but belief, to create perfect vessels who could bridge humanity and the great ones, who could speak the language of empathy uncorrupted by reason. What they created were the celestials, pale, soft beings whose faces resemble serenity itself. Their eyes, wide and unblinking, reflect the cosmos without understanding it. They wander the halls in quiet awe, hands reaching upward as if forever waiting to be lifted. They are not monsters, though the world calls them such. They are prayers made flesh, humanity's longing given fragile form. Yet their existence reveals the futility of the choir's dream. They can see the stars, but they cannot remember their own beginnings. They have been stripped of suffering, and thus stripped of meaning. In trying to create perfect empathy, the choir erased the very humanity that makes compassion possible. Within the tower, these children hum softly. The sound is eerie, but not menacing, more like the breath of wind through glass. It is the echo of a lullaby never finished, a song that neither begins nor ends. To the choir, it was proof of communion, the voice of the cosmos murmuring back through their creations. But to those who listen closely, the hum carries sorrow. It is the sound of isolation. The celestials feel everything, yet understand nothing. Their awareness stretches across eternity, but they cannot find themselves within it. They are the divine without the human, the mirror without the reflection. At the pinnacle of the astral clock tower lies another sorrow, the memory of Lady Maria, the first of the Church's saints, the hunter who could not forgive herself. Though she belongs to another tale, that of the old hunters and the curse of the fishing hamlet. Her presence in the clock tower is not coincidence. She represents the conscience the Church tried to bury beneath its sanctity. Her death, self-inflicted and serene, sealed the door between the dream and the world. In her stillness, she became the tower's guardian, ensuring that the choir's sins could not spill further into creation. To face her later in the hunter's nightmare is to confront the truth that all enlightenment demands sacrifice. That to reach the stars, one must first acknowledge the blood spilled to pave the way. But here, in the waking world, her absence is palpable. The orphanage and the clock tower hum together in her memory. The gears turn without rest, the children hum without awareness, and the choir above continues its ceaseless study. It is as though the entire structure has forgotten why it was built. The light that filters through the stained glass is neither day nor night, but the pale luminescence of dream. Every surface glows with the echo of moonlight. Every sound reverberates with the quiet despair of those who sought understanding and found only repetition. In this place, time has no true passage. The choir believed they had transcended it, but what they achieved instead was stagnation. The same fate that befalls all who confuse knowledge with wisdom. Their minds became fixed, their prayers circular. The tower's clock, eternally moving yet never advancing, mirrors their state perfectly. It is both progress and imprisonment. The hunter who climbs its spiraling stairs moves not through space, but through layers of remembrance, ascending through the echoes of failed transcendence. At the tower's peak, the hunter finds a window overlooking the endless sky. The view is haunting, the moon vast and near, the stars trembling like eyes. In that moment, all of Yharnam's history feels contained within a single heartbeat. The Pthumerians, the Bergenworth scholars, the church, the choir, all repeating the same prayer in different tongues. Let us be as gods. But the answer has always been the same. You already are. You simply cannot bear it. The ticking of the clock seems to slow as this truth unfolds. The rhythm that once measured, obsession now sounds like breathing. The hunter, standing within the heart of the machine, realizes that even this place, built of arrogance and grief, is not forsaken. The celestials below hum softly, their song now faintly melodic. Ebrietas, far beneath, continues to weep, her tears merging with the air. The moon outside flickers, its light pulsing in time with the tower's gears. Everything, the blood, the stars, the clock, the hum, beats together in the same pulse. The universe, even in its ruin, is still one organism dreaming of itself. When the hunter descends, the sound of the clock follows. It is no longer oppressive. It feels almost human. The orphanage remains quiet, but its silence no longer seems hopeless. The celestials continue to wander, but perhaps somewhere within their simple song, there is peace. The astral clock tower stands as the healing church's final confession, its acknowledgement that time, faith, and knowledge are not separate forces, but facets of the same longing. The gears will turn forever, not to count the moments of a dying world, but to remind it that every second is another chance to understand. And so, the tower endures, a monument to failure transformed by remembrance. The hum of its mechanisms fades into the rhythm of the night, and the hunter walks away, the faint ticking following like a heartbeat, proof that even within the machinery of despair, something still lives. Something still hopes. The moon above remains vast and still. The stars pulse like embers. Somewhere, deep within the dream, the clock continues to turn. not to mark the end of time, but to keep the universe awake long enough to listen to itself breathe. Before the pale light of the dream, before the whispers of the doll and the stillness of the moon presence, there was the age of the first hunters, an era of blood, guilt, and revelation, bound forever to the figure of Lady Maria. Her name lingers like incense in the halls of the astral clock tower, not as a warning, but as memory. To the healing church, she was a saint. To Gehrman, a protégé. To the orphan of Kos, a murderer. But to the dream itself, she became something rarer, conscience given form. Lady Maria of the astral clock tower was born in Cainhurst, the cold castle where the blood was first corrupted by pride. Her lineage tied her to that aristocracy of pale vampires who wielded blood as weapon and ornament alike. Yet from birth, she rejected their decadence. Where the nobles saw immortality, she saw imprisonment. Where they saw purity, she saw rot. She abandoned her home to follow Gehrman, drawn not to power but to purpose. In the earliest days of the hunt, she stood beside him beneath the pale moon, her rakuyo flashing like silver through the fog. Each strike a prayer whispered to the dying. Her skill was legend, her mercy rarer still. To understand Maria is to understand the fracture at the heart of Bloodborne's world, the place where compassion and cruelty intertwine. She became hunter not for glory, but to save others from the same corruption that haunted her blood. Yet mercy, when wielded without understanding, becomes its own form of violence. The more she hunted, the more she saw what the old blood did. How it bloated the body, twisted the mind, and tore the soul from memory. And though her blade was swift, her heart could not keep pace. The hunt, meant to purge, began to devour. The tragedy that defined her life unfolded at the edge of the sea, in a place the church would later seal from history, the fishing hamlet. The villagers there had drawn too close to the Great Ones, worshipping the corpse of a god, Kos, the mother of the ocean. The church, fearing contamination, sent its best to cleanse the place. Gehrman led, and Maria followed. Together they brought death to the entire hamlet, slaughtering not monsters, but people transformed by communion. Beneath their blades fell mothers, children, the old, the faithful, all in the name of purity. And then, upon the shore, they found her, Kos, dead yet alive, her body vast and serene, her womb still echoing with divine resonance. The church's scholars, drunk on the possibility of knowledge, began their desecrations. They opened the god's womb, seeking communion through vivisection. Maria, seeing this, turned away. She cast her weapon into the sea, refusing to draw it again. The sound of the rakuyo's splash was the first act of repentance in a world that had forgotten how to pray. She never hunted again. Whether she fled to the astral clock tower of her own will or was placed there by Gehrman, no one knows. But there, high above the city, she tended to the orphanage. The choir's children, the celestial beings, and perhaps her own guilt. She became the silent guardian of Yharnam's conscience, her body preserved in the stillness of death, her soul trapped within the dream. In the waking world she died long ago, but in the nightmare she endures. Seated upon her chair in the clock tower, her hands folded, her face serene, her eyes closed as if refusing to see what the world had become. When the hunter of the old hunter's dream meets her, she sits motionless before the great clock. At first, she does not stir. The wind moves through the chamber. The moonlight falls across her face. And for a moment, she seems not corpse, but statue, an ideal preserved. Yet when the hunter draws near, her hand tightens around the hilt of the rakuyo. The sound of steel against wood echoes through eternity. Slowly, she rises. Ah, A corpse should be left well alone. Her voice is calm, gentle, weary beyond measure. There is no hatred in it, only sorrow. She fights not to kill, but to protect, to defend the memory of the sin she cannot forgive. Each movement of her blade is both ritual and repentance. She dances rather than strikes, her motions as graceful as they are fatal. To face her is to witness the paradox of compassion, made flesh. Every cut is a prayer, every wound an apology. As the battle deepens, Maria's restraint unravels. Blood begins to bloom along her blade, crimson arcs cutting through the air like ribbons of grief. She has become what she despised, wielding the very blood she once rejected. Yet, there is beauty in her surrender, the acceptance that even sin can serve as understanding. When at last her strength fades and her body falls, she whispers through her final breath, "A corpse should be left well alone." Her words are both warning and release, the voice of a soul that has finally made peace with the dream she could not escape. Her death within the old hunter's dream is not an ending, but a threshold. It is through her that the hunter may descend into the depths of the fishing hamlet and confront the orphan of Kos, the consequence of the church's greatest sin. Maria's defeat unlocks the path to repentance. The blood she spills becomes the key that opens the sea. Her sacrifice allows the hunter to face the grief she could not, and to finish what she began, the act of forgiveness. Maria's story completes the circle begun by Gehrman and the healing church. She represents the human element within the divine tragedy, the capacity for guilt, for reflection, for compassion even after ruin. Where the great ones act through instinct, she acts through choice. Her remorse humanizes the cosmos, teaching it what even gods had forgotten, that understanding without empathy is hollow. In her death, the dream learns humility. In a world defined by blood, Maria becomes the first to bleed willingly for others. Her self-inflicted death was not escape, but atonement, an offering to the sea she wronged. She chose silence over denial, stillness over blindness. And in that silence, her soul became the heart of the dream's compassion. The doll who tends the hunter carries her likeness not by accident. She is the echo of Maria's mercy, the dream's attempt to recreate the kindness it once lost. Every farewell the doll speaks, every gentle bow of her head, is Maria's voice lingering in another form. After her passing, the astral clock tower falls silent once more. The gears slow, the moonlight dims, and the orphanage below breathes softly, as though its sorrow has lightened. The celestial children continue to hum, but their song now sounds like a lullaby. Perhaps they sense that their guardian has found peace. Perhaps they understand, in their own quiet way, that her struggle was not against them, but for them. That she loved what humanity could become, even if it cost her everything. The dream, in response, shifts subtly. Its flowers bloom wider, their petals pale as morning. The doll's voice seems softer, touched with gratitude. Gehrman, though still bound, looks up at the moon more often, his expression calm. The universe, through Maria's forgiveness, has learned to forgive itself. And yet, as the hunter departs the clock tower, one sound remains, the faint ticking of the great clock, each movement echoing like a heartbeat across the dream. It is not the sound of time, but of persistence. The clock continues to turn because the cosmos continues to remember. Lady Maria's mercy has become part of that rhythm, the quiet truth that even within endless cycles of blood and rebirth, compassion endures. She was not goddess, nor monster, nor martyr. She was simply human. And in that humanity, she achieved what no great one could: peace through remorse. When the moonlight falls upon the sea, it glows red for a moment, as if recalling her blood mingling with the waves. Then it turns silver again, pure and still. The world exhales. The dream hums softly, and far below, where the water meets the horizon, something moves, not in anger, but in acceptance. For every tide that rises now carries her memory, whispering her name in a voice made of foam and light. Maria. Beyond the walls of Yharnam, past the misted valleys where the moon's reflection drowns itself in the tide, there lies a shore the healing church would rather the world forget. The sea there is pale and cold, the sand blackened with salt and silence. It is not a place of life, but of aftermath. The wind carries the scent of decay, and the waves lap against bones instead of stones. This is the fishing hamlet, the wound of the world, the birthplace of the curse that birthed the hunt itself. Long before Yharnam's rise, long before Byrgenwerth cracked the veil of understanding, this small coastal village had already reached beyond the human. Its people were simple, fishermen, mothers, and children who lived at the mercy of the tides. Yet one day, the ocean answered them. A vast form washed upon the shore, neither dead nor alive, the Great One Kos. Her body was radiant even in death, her presence changing the rhythm of the sea. The villagers heard her whispers in their dreams. They saw stars beneath the waves. They built their lives around her, not as idolaters, but as mourners. They called her mother. In her lifeless womb, they sensed divinity sleeping, and in their devotion, they touched her blood. The communion that followed was not corruption, but transformation. The fishermen began to change, their skin softening, their eyes widening with understanding. They saw the truth of the cosmos reflected in the waves, that all things are one sea, dreaming of itself in infinite forms. Their bodies grew alien, their minds serene. They were not beasts, but pilgrims who had crossed the boundary of form without violence. But to the healing church, their transformation was heresy. The church, seeking control over every divine mystery, feared what it could not sanction. Led by Gehrman and accompanied by the young lady Maria, the first hunters descended upon the hamlet. They came not as saviors, but as executioners, their blades bright with holy blood. The massacre that followed was not born of cruelty, but of the conviction that mercy required annihilation. The fishermen's prayers became screams, their faith, their curse. When the church's scholars arrived in their wake, the true desecration began. They dragged Kos's body from the tide, dissecting her sacred form in the name of revelation. Her womb, the cradle of the sea, was torn open, and from it they extracted what they could not comprehend, the remains of her unborn child. In that act, the church severed its last thread of innocence. The blood that soaked the sand that day became the foundation of the old hunter's dream, and the curse of Kos was born. Curse the fiends, their children too, the villagers cried with their last breaths. May the good blood guide your way. It was not hatred that gave birth to their curse, but grief. The grief of a people who loved too deeply and were repaid with silence. The ocean heard them, the dream heard them, and the Great One, though dead, remembered. From her womb's remains, something stirred, a presence that was both echo and revenge, compassion and wrath. The orphan of Kos was born. To gaze upon the orphan is to behold divinity in its rawest form. It is the Great One's child, yet still human enough to suffer. Its skin is translucent, its eyes wide with pain, its every motion a cry of confusion. It is not evil. It is the embodiment of loss, the voice of the universe mourning itself. When the hunter finds it, it stands at its mother's side, wailing into the storm, clutching the umbilical remains of its birth. Its cry shakes the sea and sky alike, the lament of innocence made cosmic. The battle that follows is the purest expression of Bloodborne's tragedy. The orphan does not fight for domination or survival, it fights for understanding. Every swing of its strange weapon, half placenta, half blade, is a child's question turned violent. Why did you kill her? Why was I born only to die? Its every movement is frantic, desperate, yet achingly human. The sea crashes around you both, waves roaring like the pulse of the cosmos. Lightning splits the sky, striking the water as though heaven itself weeps. As the fight deepens, the orphan grows stronger, its cries rising from grief to fury. Yet its fury is not directed at the hunter, but at the silence. It rages against the absence of answers, against the eternal distance between creation and creator. It screams for the mother who cannot respond. And though its blows are furious, there is a pleading rhythm within them, as if begging the hunter to end what it cannot endure. When the final strike lands, the orphan collapses, not as a monster, but as a child. Its voice fades into the wind, its body dissolving into light that falls like rain upon the corpse of Kos. The sea, once raging, becomes still. The storm ceases. The air fills with a quiet too heavy to name. The Great One's body glows faintly, her form serene once more. Her child's suffering is over. In that stillness, the curse breaks. The ghosts of the villagers fade. The nightmare that imprisoned the old hunters begins to dissolve, its boundaries unraveling like the tide retreating from shore. The hunter stands alone, the sound of waves the only heartbeat left in the world. It is then that something miraculous happens. From the corpse of Kos, a pale light rises, soft, gentle, forgiving. It drifts toward the hunter, enveloping them in warmth. In that moment, the player feels what no word can describe: absolution. The Great One forgives, not just the hunter, not just Maria, but all of creation. The curse of blood, born from curiosity and cruelty, is transmuted into compassion. The sea becomes the womb again, the beginning instead of the end. This forgiveness ripples through the dream. Gehrman, bound by duty, feels his burden ease. The doll, embodiment of Maria's gentleness, lifts her face toward the moon and smiles. The field of flowers sways with a softer rhythm. Even the moon presence, watching from beyond, grows still. The world, for one infinite moment, remembers peace. The orphan of Kos, though gone, is not lost. Its consciousness disperses into the sea. The same sea that connects all great ones. Its cry, once torment, becomes lullaby. The ocean hums quietly, each wave a whisper of reconciliation. The nightmare of the hunters fades because it is no longer needed. The sin has been seen, and the sorrow has been shared. The fishing hamlet remains, but changed. The corpses rest, the waters calm. The moon's reflection shimmers like a heartbeat across the surface. It is said that those who stand upon its shore on nights of pale blood can still hear the faintest cry beneath the waves. Not of pain, but of remembrance. A child's voice, echoing the universe's oldest truth, that even gods grieve, and even grief can heal. In the mythology of Bloodborne, this moment is not an ending, but a pivot. The curse of Kos teaches the cosmos what it means to mourn correctly, not as possession, but as release. The old hunter's dream dissolves not because it's destroyed, but because it is forgiven. Every soul trapped within, Gehrman, Ludwig, Maria, Lawrence, is granted the one gift they never could claim in life: rest. And above it all, the sea endures. The ocean is the oldest metaphor in Bloodborne's language, the boundary between knowing and surrender. It is where the Great Ones dwell and where humanity returns. When the waves close over the hunter's feet, they whisper of cycles, not of punishment, but of renewal. The dream, the hunt, the cosmos itself, all flow in rhythm with this tide. The orphan's final cry becomes the echo that unites them. It is the sound of endings that are also beginnings, of pain, transfigured into memory. The hunter, now standing alone upon the silent shore, understands that every act of cruelty, every failed communion, every drop of blood has led to this, the stillness of forgiveness. The moon rises one last time over the fishing hamlet, vast and white, its light spreading across the calm sea. For the first time, its glow does not feel like judgment. It feels like understanding. Somewhere within that light, Kos sleeps. And beside her, unseen but eternal, her child dreams, not of vengeance, but of peace. When the last echoes of the hunt fade, when the blood ceases its whisper and the moon lowers its pale eye, only the dream remains. The hunter's dream. A field of white flowers beneath an endless night sky, where a workshop stands like a memory of purpose half forgotten. Its air is still, yet alive with the residue of thought. Here, all roads converge. The sins of the healing church, the tragedies of Bergenworth, the grief of Queen Yharnam, the sorrow of the great ones, all have flowed into this place as rivers return to the sea. And at its center sits Gehrman, the first hunter, in his chair of stillness, waiting. The dream has always been both sanctuary and prison. It was created, perhaps by the moon presence, perhaps by Gehrman's own longing, as a mirror of the waking world's despair. Every night that begins in blood ends here, in the silence between heartbeats. The workshop's tools gleam faintly. The doll's voice hums with warmth. The fire never dies. For countless cycles, the hunter awakens here after every death, reborn not by mercy, but by purpose. The dream's existence ensures that the hunt never truly ends, because the cosmos itself cannot yet forgive. Gehrman's story is the oldest thread of that cycle. Once, he was the first to take up the burden of the hunt, a craftsman turned killer, a teacher turned executioner. His love for Maria, his loyalty to the church, and his despair after the massacre at the fishing hamlet all merged into the pact that binds him now. The moon presence offered him solace in his guilt, shaping this dream from his longing to protect others from the truth. Yet what began as refuge became torment. For ages, Gehrman has sat within the field of flowers, his will bound to the moon. He guides each new hunter, granting them weapons, purpose, and eventually, release. Tonight Gehrman joins the hunt, he whispers, again and again, his voice equal parts kindness and exhaustion. When the hunter returns to him after slaying Murgo, after quelling the nightmare and silencing the cosmos wailing, Gehrman's demeanor changes. The dream trembles softly, as though anticipating its own end. The flowers sway. The doll watches quietly from the garden, her glass eyes reflecting starlight. Gehrman rises, his form lit by the silver of the moon, and for the first time, his sorrow is without bitterness. "Good hunter," he says gently, "you've done well." Then, he offers the final mercy. Sustiva monavensa. Fear the moon presence, he warns. Fear the waking world. I shall free you from this dreadful hunter's dream. His scythe glints in the pale light. To accept his offer is to return to the mortal world, to awaken in Yharnam as dawn breaks, the hunt over, the nightmare forgotten. It is a merciful ending, though not a complete one. The blood remains, the cycle endures. The hunter lives, but the world sleeps. Yet if the hunter refuses, Gehrman's smile fades. "Ah, dear child," he murmurs, Very well. The night shall not end. His scythe rises, and the final duel begins, not one of hatred, but of inheritance. Gehrman's every strike is heavy with longing, his every step a lesson. He fights not to destroy, but to test, to see if the hunter is ready to bear the truth he could not. The battle is beautiful and sad, a dance of moonlight and blood, mentor and student, father and child. When Gehrman falls, it is not defeat, it is freedom. His chains dissolve, his body sinks into the flowers, and the moon's light intensifies. The dream trembles again, as if drawing breath. Then the moon presence descends. It does not arrive from the sky, but from everywhere, a ripple through the very air, a distortion of the world's fabric. Its form is both elegant and grotesque, its tendrils flowing like strands of light and shadow intertwined. It is the culmination of every communion, the final reflection of the blood's will. To see it is to understand the truth that all great ones share. It is not evil, but instinct incarnate. It seeks connection. It seeks to create. And yet, through its mercy, it binds. The moon presence approaches the hunter, its tendrils wrapping gently around them, cradling them like a parent to a child. It lowers its head in reverence, and for a moment, the hunter feels an infinite tenderness. The universe acknowledging its own creation. Then comes the embrace, the act of absorption. The dream folds inward. The hunter's body dissolves into the same silvery light that birthed the stars. In the most secret ending, the hunter transcends. The moon presence does not consume them. It becomes them. In that instant, the hunter is reborn, not as mortal, but as a great one. A small, infantile creature appears upon the field of flowers, its form delicate and luminous, its body pulsing with the rhythm of the cosmos. The doll kneels beside it, smiling softly. "Are you cold?" she whispers. "Dear child of the dream." She lifts the newborn great one in her arms, her touch tender and maternal. Above them, the sun rises for the first time in ages, its light pale and new. The hunt is over. The dream is reborn. This ending is neither victory nor defeat. It is continuation, the endless cycle of creation through remembrance. The hunter's journey, from blood-soaked streets to cosmic revelation, mirrors the path of humanity itself. In becoming a great one, they do not ascend above mankind, but embody it. They carry within them all the empathy, sorrow, and yearning that define the human condition. Through them, the cosmos remembers compassion. The moon presence, having achieved communion at last, recedes into stillness. The dream is no longer prison or sanctuary. It becomes cradle. Each of Bloodborne's endings reflects a facet of the same truth. To accept Gehrman's offer is to awaken in ignorance, the mercy of forgetting. To slay him but submit to the moon presence is to inherit his role, the burden of remembrance. But to reject both and transcend is to forgive. The hunter's transformation into an infant, great one, represents the reconciliation of opposites, human and divine, dream and waking, knowledge and mercy. The universe begins again, not with creation, but with compassion. The field of flowers endures. The doll tends to them, humming softly, her voice the echo of Maria's and the memory of all who came before. The petals stir as if in applause for the new dawn. The air is filled with a sense of peace that the world has long forgotten. And somewhere beyond, the tides murmur. The sea of Kos whispering to the stars. The lullaby of Murgo fading into rest. The tears of Ebrietas glimmering as new constellations. Every sorrow, every death, every drop of blood has returned to its source. Yharnam, in the waking world, lies quiet. The red moon is gone. The beasts have vanished. their cries replaced by the faint hum of wind through empty streets. The statues of saints and hunters alike seem softer in the morning light, their stone faces calm. Perhaps life continues. Perhaps not. But the curse for now has lifted. And as the doll rocks the newborn Great One in her arms, her words drift through the air, soft and infinite. The night and the dream are long, but now you are safe. The dream breathes once more, the cosmos hums, the universe sleeps. Somewhere beyond stars and blood, beyond nightmare and mercy, something new awakens, small, fragile, and free. The hunt has ended, the dream endures, and in its silence the world begins again.